Good morning. In accordance with Section 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. My name is Larry Clay, and I'll be chairing today's session. Panel members today are Dylan Reed, Nellie Beauport, Doug Wilkins, and Zahir Bayat, and our Deputy Secretary Treasurer is Sabrina Salatino. We acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 of the Mississaugas of the Credit. Committee of Adjustment public hearings are now conducted in a hybrid in-person and virtual format. Some applicants and participants will make their submission in person, and others will participate virtually by electronic means through WebEx. The meetings are also streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel, and anyone wishing to view the hearing may watch on YouTube. Those who want to participate virtually and have registered in advance will be connecting with their computer or telephone and have the option of participating via video or audio only. When your item is called, you will be unmuted by the moderator. For both in-person and virtual participants, Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. People attending in person today who want to receive a copy of the decision of the committee on an application must fill out a decision request card, and those participating virtually need to submit a written request for a decision by email. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, you may be able to appeal the decision to the local Toronto local appeal body, or in some limited circumstances to the Ontario Land Tribunal. However, the provincial government has amended the Planning Act and generally removed rights of third parties to appeal Committee of Adjustment decisions. Only the applicant, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, specified persons and public bodies are permitted to appeal decisions of the Committee of Adjustment. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. Today, I'll call each item in the order listed on the agenda. Where an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant may proceed with their presentation if desired. When the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions and/or take the matter into committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. I'll comment when you're reaching the 5-minute mark. Any presentation or other materials you wish to submit to the committee must have been emailed in advance of the hearing. Staff and committee members cannot accept materials at the hearing. When addressing the committee, please clearly state your name and address, and remember to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will proceed first and make a presentation to the committee on the application. Then individuals, either in support or opposed to the application, will be invited to speak. Generally, we call on the speakers in the hearing room first, and then those participating through WebEx. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they have finished their presentation. When all speakers are finished, the applicant or agent has an opportunity to rebut only those issues that were raised by the speakers. This will mark the end of the discussion. The application will then be taken into committee for a decision. Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, any minutes to...
Good morning, Mr. Chair and panel members. Yes, the minutes from the August 14th, 2024 hearing.
Okay, can I have a motion? Mr. Bayat?
I'll move.
Moved by,
To adopt.
seconded by Mr. Reed. All in favor? Those are adopted. Panel and staff, any declarations of interest this morning?
No.
Ms. Wolpert?
I have a declaration of interest pertaining to item number 7, 6 Sunnybrook Road.
And the purpose? The reason?
The reason, personal connection to one of the
Okay.
parties.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? No? Any deferral requests this morning?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, there is one deferral request for this morning. Item number 8, 168 to 170 McCall Street. The request is due to missing variances and a new zoning review.
Okay, before we get to that, any files to be closed?
Through you, Mr. Chair, see none for this morning.
Thanks very much. Can we move to the item number 8 right off the top?
Yes. At this time, we'll unmute the agent. We also have 2 registered speakers, so we'll have to hear from them about the request for deferral.
Thank you. hang on a sec while I find it in my pile. Okay, item number 8, this is 168 to 170 McCall Street. Committee has before it, oh, sorry, I need to read the, hang on a second. Okay, this is an application to convert the existing 3-story mixed-use building containing 4 residential dwelling units and non-residential uses within the basement and ground floor into a hotel building containing 10 rooms. There will be non-residential uses on the ground level and an outdoor patio and a second-level terrace. The committee has before it a copy of the planner survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 2 photographs of the subject property, cover letter from the agent, presentation materials from the agent. We have comments from strategic initiatives, policy and analysis, city planning. We also have a staff report from transportation services. There is correspondence and support from 610 120 St. Patrick Street, and correspondence and concern from the Baldwin Village Residents Association, opposition from 29 Henry, 56 Henry, and the Baldwin Village Residents Association. So do we have the agent?
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chair. I'm Jacqueline Lee on behalf of the applicant with Batory Planning and Management.
Great, thank you. You are seeking a deferral?
That's correct. On behalf of our client, we'd like to formally request a deferral for the subject application to address the additional variances that have been provided by Toronto Building Services on September 3rd, so yesterday.
Oh, great, thanks very much. Okay, just hang on a sec. We
Through you,
have-
Mr. Chair, I'll call up Max Allen.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. If we could have your name and address, please. Is your mic on there?
We'll see, yep.
Yep,
it's
good.
green.
Okay,
My name is Max Allen. My address is 78 St. Patrick Street, Townhouse 116.
great, and thank you for coming down this morning. You've heard the applicant has requested a deferral because they haven't caught all the variances that they need, which is pretty much an automatic for us. So all I'm going to ask you this morning, I know you have concerns, all I'm going to ask you this morning is if you agree or not to a deferral.
Is there a difference between a deferral and withdrawing the application?
Yes, a deferral just basically means they will be coming back at a later date. Withdrawing means that they will not be proceeding with the application.
Not proceeding with this application, but they could proceed with a different one.
In theory, yes, they could come back with an entirely different application, yes. But they're asking for deferral of this application, which means they're gonna proceed with this proposal, but they didn't get all the variances that they need. They've gotta come back and identify and provide notice to you and others about those additional variances. So you will have another opportunity to share with the committee your concerns.
2 things, short. One, I would think that the proper way to proceed is to withdraw it, not to defer it. And number 2, the material from the city came yesterday afternoon. I haven't seen it. It's not on the website.
Right.
I have no idea what it is.
Which is why they're seeking a deferral, because they got late material from the city. So this will be put off. They will have to circulate to you and others the revised proposal with the revised variances. This will be scheduled for another time, and you'll be able to come and represent your interests at that time.
And in the meantime, I can talk to them, which is what I think we should do.
Absolutely, absolutely. And we'd encourage the agent
Of
to
course.
speak to all the neighbors.
Right.
So my question to you is, are you okay with a deferral? Again, it's a
I-
pretty much automatic thing.
All right, so having a long discussion about this is not a good idea.
Not today.
Sure.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Okay? You can you can pop back.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we'll hear from the owner at 58 Henry Street. George?
Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. George Trainee, 58 Henry Street.
Okay, if you,
And
sorry, if you've been listening, all I really looking for
Yes,
from you.
I have no issue with the deferral.
That's great. Thank you very much.
Ciao.
All right, panel, we'll take this into committee. Request for deferral, and I have a motion. Ms. Volpert?
Sorry. I have a motion to defer the file.
Okay, motion to defer, seconded by Mr. Wilkins. All in favor? That's unanimous. Thank you very much. All right, we will return to item number 1. And just hang on while I get it. Okay, item number 1 is 791 Adelaide Street West. This is an application to construct a new 4-story attached apartment building with front balconies on the ground, 2nd and 3rd floor, a 4th floor, rooftop deck, and front and rear canopies. There will be a total of 4 residential dwelling units on this site. Committee has before it a copy plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 2 photographs of the subject property, presentation materials from the agent, staff report from community planning, and correspondence and support from 789 Adelaide Street West. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. My name is Jacek Sochacki. I'm the agent for the owner of 791 Adelaide Street West.
Okay. Maybe just a short presentation, if you would.
Yeah, I would like to, based on the fact that we just have letters from, recommendations from the planning committee. We don't agree with numbers 1 and number 2. I would like to go against those if possible.
Okay, so just to be clear, so you are deleting variances 1?
No, not variances, sorry. The recommendations from the planning committee.
Oh, sorry. Okay, these are just tying it to plans?
So they're actually requesting us to step back the building and reduce the depth of the building to 20 meters. And the
Yeah,
first
but
one is
that, so that is that makes a change to the variances,
Oh,
right?
that makes a change to the whole
Yes.
design, and that's why I want to present that's why the presentation was kind of submitted to you guys to show you why this is not
Okay.
feasible. And
So you want to make a presentation, you don't agree with the planning
I don't.
recommendation?
I don't agree with
Ah.
that recommendation.
Okay, thanks very much.
Sorry.
Then yes, please give us a presentation.
Okay, so this is the presentation of the STAR project. So, good morning, Mr. Chairman and the members of the committee. Just a quick overview of the project. So with the shortage of housing accommodation across the city, this project in some small way is trying to elevate that by taking down a single family dwelling and creating 4 units on a site that's already currently scheduled to be demolished. There's an actual order to demolish of that site. The owners wants to provide units that are livable, and they provide good quality of living for the tenants that are going to be coming in there. Please note that this is a very challenging site. If we can switch the slides to the next one. Thanks. It's a very challenging site, so it's only, when you look at it, it's only 12 feet wide. That's why certain design features are what they are, because we need to have the exiting as per OBC requirement on both ends. Also, there has to be a light access to both living space and the bedrooms. And this is actually a second design that we're doing. We did exactly the same one for 789 that went through the committee earlier this year, was approved. It's pretty much a copy of it with some minor changes to
Same depth?
Same depth. Everything's pretty much the same. The only difference is this one probably has like minute changes due to site being a little bit different. So the numbers are pretty much the same. We had exactly the same variances. Everything was the same. And actually planning had exactly the same comments, and we did exactly the same things.
Also, community planning made recommendations for your previous
Exactly the same
approach, and the
recommendations.
committee
correct.
chose to approve regardless. Okay, thank
Right.
you.
So when you look at this, actually what they're asking us to do, by kind of arbitrary asking me to make the building 20 meters. We're going to be taking about 10 feet away from the building, so the bedrooms, everything's going to get shrunken, and the units are not going to be as livable as possible. This design was a little bit different. Based on the previous comments, we changed it as well. So the building actually is already shorter or not as deep as previously requested. So originally the staircase was fully enclosed, was heated staircase to allow, the rear staircase, sorry, was fully enclosed to allow for circulation, and there's no snow accommodation. So we open up the rear staircase, so now the length of the building's measured in a different spot, and the planning recommendation is still to remove another 3 meters from the building depth, which is not feasible. If we go to the next phase, I think. So this is to show you guys why they're asking me to step back the front of the building on a third and fourth story. Like, because of the staircases, how it's done, of the width of the lot, we can only position the staircase at the front and not the back. By doing this, again, we're going to greatly reduce the size of the second and third units on this layout, on the second and third floor. Those units are going to be greatly reduced. It's not really feasible to do this. And I do have a number of precedents that on top of the committee of adjustment that was done. If you go a few slides forward, so the first one's going to show you, this is the areas of them. There's more. So this is exactly the drawings for 7, 8, 9 Adelaide. They're exactly the same. Like you see, there's a difference in the lot. That was some minor changes, and those variances were approved. When you look at next door, it's the same, but I think the big one is across the road, which is number 3. If you can flip the next slide. So that's the building directly across from us. Actually has 5 stories, right? You got 4 stories plus a rooftop staircase, and there's no step back in this. So I'm not really sure why they're trying to ask us to do the step back on this. It's a residential place. It's going to have detrimental impacts to the building itself. Very narrow lot. We're trying to do 4 units, trying to increase the housing capacity on this site. And I think feels like it's, both of them feel very arbitrary, like this number of 20 meters that they're coming back into. We still have a pretty decent, coverage for the green area in the back. And we are opening that staircase in order to reduce the building depth, but yeah. So I think those are, that's why we feel that those two kind of conditions are not really, we're not able to meet them. If we're gonna have to meet them, the project's probably gonna be abandoned in the way it is right now, because it's a major redesign, and the units themselves are not gonna be livable anymore. Right, when you look at the unit, actually the unit has a single bedroom. We have a small den, which is gonna work as an office. So we're trying to kind of look at today's workforce. When you go out there and you actually want to work from home, a lot of people are working from home. It's not really conducive for them to work in the living room when we have an open kitchen and open living room design. So having that small space, I think, is very important.
Okay, so you're okay with recommendations 3 and 4 in terms of planting a tree in the front and the rear?
Yeah, I have no problems. I think they had the same comments before. The only difference is that they're asking us to keep the tree in the previous one, but the tree was actually on a city property. But I think we do have a little bit of space in front. We can plant the tree at the front. We're going to try anyway, and the one in the back, it's not an issue.
And have you had like a discussion with planning on this, or did they just gave you comments and you haven't had a chance to have a discussion with them?
That's a very good question. So previously we had a number of discussions, and actually we deferred the previous application number of times. So now we did exactly the same thing what we did previously, but that's why this application was kind of following it up, knowing on those comments. I just had a call from the planning, and they basically said, yeah, we're going to be putting the same comments to you, and that came in on the 29th, so we don't really have a time to respond. We had the conversation. I'm saying, well, you guys did that last time. We kind of went through the committee. Committee understood our reasons why we're doing what we're doing because of the narrowness of the lot. We're trying to provide apartments that are actually going to be feasible for people to live in, as opposed to putting something in that you can't really live in. And committee understood that, and they removed those two requirements from your end. And why are you doing exactly the same thing right now? And they just said, well, this is what we're doing.
Okay, great, thanks. Panel, any questions? Zahir?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just a quick one. I think the house next door, when I look at the site plan,
Yeah.
that's already built, I take it?
No, so actually, this is
789, right?
789 is not built. We're showing you guys what it's gonna look like on this drawing. So this is the proposed. This is what the Committee of Adjustment went through. So this is, these are 3 townhouses. They're all slated to be demolished. There's order to demolish on them. I'm representing clients for both of them. So the first one, 789, we went through the committee earlier this year, and this is 791 that we're going through. I believe the client of the next one, which I think is 793, they're doing a single family unit in there. Same thing, 3 stories, so it's gonna be built up as well. We're just waiting essentially for the committee right now to go forward with the plans to build the 4 units.
Great.
Is 789 already approved
It's been
by
approved.
committee?
Correct. It's been approved by the committee. We haven't gone to the build. We're just preparing the building permits right now.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Nellie?
So for 789, what's the building depth that was approved?
It was it's the building depth that we're showing on the drawings. I'm sorry if actually, you know what? It was within like 30 centimeters difference because of the lots are a little bit different. So it's pretty much the same as what we're approving. I think it was 22 points, I can't.
All right, so okay, just
22
either-
points,
So in case, like, we accept the, the
Right.
planning department condition, means your second town or house will be shorter
well,
than the first
it
one.
will be shorter if you, well,
Okay.
in essence, if you guys accept this, it's gonna, it's gonna make the building, almost unlivable because of the shortness of this. Like, I'm not really sure how we're gonna be reducing everything inside. And the first planning recommendation is to do the step back. It almost makes it impossible for us to do this.
Okay, anyone else? All right, no further questions. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
We'll take this into committee. Dylan?
Yeah, so I was on the committee for the first one at 789, and we asked quite a lot of questions and got a very detailed explanation, and we were convinced by the applicant's arguments that we should reject the planning conditions 1 and 2. Really, it's a very strange site. They're very, very narrow, and it just didn't make sense to have a step back, and the impact at the back really isn't that significant. There's some loss of soft landscaping, but it's not extreme. It's still within a fairly minor range, I think. And I think obviously it would be weird to have one that looks one way and the next one that looks the other way. So I think this is a great project. It's a very creative way of squeezing some really needed housing into a very difficult site. This whole area is very eclectic, so I really don't think that the design is going to be jarring. There's old houses, there's also new houses, there's all kinds of different things in the area. I think it actually will add an interest to the area. So I think this is a valuable and creative solution to this particular space, and I definitely think we should approve it without the city, the planning conditions 1 and 2, so not those 2, but just 3 and 4, which
Right.
is the trees.
Okay, anyone else? So
Just
here?
go- Yeah, I think, again, as Dylan's just mentioned, I think when you have a very unusual site, it requires unusual decisions, I suppose, and designs. The only thing I would add is just to mitigate, I believe it's variance number 10, there's a concrete pad at the back of the house shown on the site plan. I was just wondering if that we could put in a condition that be produced out of permeable material, so it just helps with percolation. Yeah, and that's something we could ask.
Hold on, do you want to ask the
Yeah,
agent
I think
that?
it might be worth asking.
Okay, we'll go out of committee. Sir, if you can respond to that?
Okay, so the concrete pad in the back is actually just a walkway. Maybe it's just called wrong. It's just a walkway because there's a staircase in the back. We want to have access to the laneway. So that's just basically a concrete pad. That's actually just a walkway that connects this. We can make this out of permeable, bricks or paving stones if that's what you guys require. I have no issues with changing it to this. I'd like to have a hard surface for people going in and out using that staircase in case of.
Yeah, that's
Thank you.
understandable.
Thank you.
Did the committee have a similar suggestion for 789? But you'd probably do it anyways, right? Yeah. There you go. All right, thanks. We're back into committee. Can I have a motion on this one? Dylan?
I move that we approve the variances, and we add a condition that the concrete pad at the back be made dependable pavers, and we add conditions 3 and 4 of city planning regarding the trees, but not the other two,
Okay.
not one and two.
Okay. So motion to approve with condition 3 and 4 in the planning report and permeable pavers for the walkway in the rear by Mr. Reed. Do I have a seconder? Mr. Wilkins, all in favor? You have your approval, sir. Thank you. Okay, we move on to item number 2. 162 Arlington Avenue. This is an application to alter the existing 2-story detached dwelling by constructing a front 2-story addition. A 1-story portion will be partially cantilevered with a covered front porch and an integral garage. A rear 2-story addition, one-story portion will be partially cantilevered. With a rear second floor deck, a rear ground floor deck with stairs, and a rear basement walkout. There will be a total of 2 residential units in this lot as a duplex. Committee has before it a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, revised site plan submitted, received August 27th, revised zoning notice received August 27th, a red line public hearing notice, received August 27th. Covering letter from the agent, an arborist report, tree preservation plan, copy of an updated survey, 1 form letter in support, signed by 146 Arlington, the correspondence and interest from 160 and 164 Arlington, from Mr. Baker, no address provided, 154 Arlington and 160 Arlington. We have correspondence in opposition from 148 Arlington, 2 correspondence from 148, 166, 152, and 161, 166. I think it's apartment 2, 16 Grimthorpe Road, 160 Arlington, 164 Arlington, again from the agent representing 160, 164 Arlington, 94 Braymore Gardens, 152 Arlington Avenue, correspondence in opposition signed by owners occupants of many addresses on Arlington. Looks like a petition. 16 Grimthorpe, 26 Humewood, and materials in opposition from 160 and 164 Arlington. So we have a lot of material.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent here in person, and we also have a number of registered speakers.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning to you, Mr. Chair and committee members. My name is Saba Al-Mathni from QBS Architects. I am the agent.
Okay. We're going to need a presentation from you.
Absolutely. So we are here before you to present 4 minor variances for the conversion of the existing single-family dwelling into a duplex. We have been in communication with neighbors from day one, even before the Committee of Adjustment notice were circulated. The variances in question, they were even improved, and we have changed some items that were not even variances. The
I'm just
four-
going to stop the clock for a second, and before you finish your presentation, can you take us through the variances?
Absolutely.
And just tell the committee what the changes are?
Sure. So variance number 1 is the existing and proposed front porch. What we are doing is the existing front porch was encroaching already onto the allowable setbacks. We are proposing a new porch that is smaller and set back more from the front property line and side property line. After negotiation with neighbors, we have reduced that further. So now what we are requesting is 1.45 meters from the property line, the front, and 0.26 from the side. This is variance number one. Variance number two is also related to the front porch because the front porch is encroaching, so the cover of that front porch automatically became a variance as well. So this is variance number two. Variance number three is the eaves on the existing part of the side of the house. It's at 0 meter to the south property line. We believe this variance is important to help with the drainage. And
So you're keeping variance 3?
yes, we are keeping them, but we have reduced them, all the variances, except variance number 3 is like to remain. We have reduced the side yard setback, so the entire addition used to be in line with the existing house. In negotiation with neighbors, we reduced the side yard, we increased the side yard setback, so it's 1.2 at the new portion.
Sorry, let's be abundantly clear. Let's go now through number 4. You said that the
Yes.
altered dwelling will be located 0.21 meters and 0.83 meters from the south side lot. Is that changed?
These are the eaves. The eaves are, the eaves variance to remain.
No, this is a side yard setback. Variance number 4.
So variance number 4 has been, from the south has been updated.
Yeah, that's what I'm after. I'm after
Yeah.
what the changes are.
So there is no variance to the south now.
Okay, so you're eliminating the variance for the south lot line?
Yes, it wasn't even like a variance to the south. From the
Okay.
north, we eliminated there was a bump out. If staff could put the comparison we put, it's gonna be clearer for everyone because we did a color, even in our cover letter, kindly, because it's easier. And if you could blow up this one, thank you. So there is a comparison between the original.
Yeah, I'm just trying to make sure we get the numbers right.
It is correct because we sent a revised zoning notice.
So the altered dwelling will be 0.71 meters and 1.12 meters from the north lot line. Is that correct?
No. So.
Okay, so you are changing number 4.
So number 4, the required minimum side yard setback is 1.2 meter. In this case, the proposed side yard setback to the rear addition has been changed. So we have reduced this one to 1.12.
Sorry, that's the, can we call up the, oh, you've got it there.
Yeah. Yes, exactly.
Okay, so these are the variances that you're changing?
Yes,
And that's
exactly.
the correct,
Yes, the red is the correct.
okay.
And it's exactly matching the revised zoning
Okay.
notice.
So I'm gonna turn the clock back on, now that we've got the variances clear.
Okay.
And now you can continue on with your presentation.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. So these are the 2 variances, 2 related to the front porch, 1 related to the eaves, and the last variance is to the north side yard setback. One of them is existing, and the other one has been improved. So there was a cantilever, we eliminated that, so now like the north side yard setback is 1.08, which is the existing, and in the proposed addition, we are going 1.12 meter, and the allowable is 1.2. We have had numerous discussions back and forth with neighbors. We had a long meeting, and everything was like approved. And we had an email that was circulated to city staff, and it's on the AIC also that the 2 adjacent neighbor had withdrawn their like opposition. And this is where we left things at on August 27. I went on vacation, the client was already on vacation, so I came back yesterday on the portal to see there are more letters of opposition from the same neighbors and from other neighbors. There were other improvements that we've done based on the discussion of the neighbors. As I said, we did not have a height variance, but they showed interest in reducing The roof height and the shape, we did that, and it's before you. We did some adjustments to the side, and increasing the soft landscaping now. It's improved from the existing because the front porch was massive. We reduced it. So even the client had agreed to these drawings 100% because they are before you. Everything is transparent. Everything is copied on the city. I am not sure why, like all of the sudden, the neighbors were under the impression that we are not going to proceed with these changes. Hence, all these opposition came in. So I am here to answer any questions they have, and even the owner is here, will be more than happy to answer. There are some letters from other neighbors. There seems confusion. One of the neighbors thought the house is semi-detached. It's not semi-detached. The reason why there is a piece of metal connecting the two houses to improve the drainage, and that was conveyed to us by the owners themselves, and we agreed that the downpipes is going to be only front and back, so to reduce any chance of water spilling on any of their sides. The material we picked is brick on the front of the house. There was some discussion about the side being right now it's a brick. We are not sure it's going to be brick or stucco. There was also a confusion about the definition of duplex versus secondary units. The bylaw defines clearly a duplex is two dwelling units located on top of each other partially or completely. And we have, from day one when we submitted the application, it's a duplex, and the zoning notice says the same. So we believe our variances are very minor in nature. And as I said, I am here to answer any questions from panel, from the neighbors. And
Great. Thank you very much. Panel, any burning questions before we go to the speakers? Yeah.
Clarify, have you had a chance to discuss the revised plans with the neighbors?
yes, absolutely. Because based on their approval, and they were copied, all the neighbors that we were in discussion, so both immediate neighbors, they were copied. We had a meeting started 9 p.m. on like weekday or something because the client was away, and so we had that. We revised the drawings based on their recommendation, and actually on the AIC there is a letter from the two adjacent neighbors saying we withdraw our objection. That was uploaded on August 27, and this is where I left things and I went on the vacation. And then we came back yesterday to see all of these sentences. No, so as I said, I am here to answer any questions.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you very much.
Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, just for clarity so everyone knows, variance number 1 is being revised. I'll read it out just because I don't know if it was clear enough. The front porch platform will encroach 1.15 meters into the required front yard setback and will be located 0.26 meters from the side south lot line.
Yep.
Okay?
That's correct.
And then variance number 4 will now read, the altered dwelling will be located 1.08 meters and 1.12 meters from the side north lot line.
Yep.
Okay? Okay, so
Thank
at
you.
this time, I'll call up the owner at 164 Arlington Avenue.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Have your name and address, please.
Greg Fowler, 164 Arlington Avenue.
Great. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. I'm here to express concerns about this plan by Terra Sky Development Group, which more than doubles the size of the home, degrading the neighboring properties and undermining the city's goals of densification and affordability. We have no fundamental opposition to renovation or the creation of a reasonable addition, and we support principled strategies towards multi-unit dwellings. Together with planner Blair Scorgie, we sought to come to an agreement acceptable to the applicant and ourselves, but ultimately communications broke down. We invite you to read Blair's letter for his detailed expert commentary on the principles at play relevant to this proposal. We have identified 4 main areas of concern which we wish to speak to today. the length of the proposed addition, the classification of this proposal as a renovation, setbacks to the rear extension, the classification of this proposal as a duplex. We have included precedents of previous committee decisions on these matters in supplemental file 3 for your reference. I will be speaking to concerns 1 and 2, and Julia, neighbor to the south, will speak to concerns 3 and 4. Concern number 1, the length of the addition. Figure number 2, the proposed length of the house is almost double that of the original brick house with over double of the volume. The addition goes back roughly 30 feet, and with the 9-foot tall deck over 38 feet. This is out of proportion with any neighboring properties. Figure 4, with an 8-foot above grade basement, the house would be experienced as a 3-story wall with no
I'm
visual.
going to stop you for a second
Yeah.
here. Sorry, sir, you're showing some materials.
Oh, sorry, yeah, these are duplicates of what's in the
Okay, so
in the
you don't need
file.
to show them if they're
Yeah.
already on file. We have them, we can see them through the presentation.
Yeah,
Thank you.
apologies, the figures got a little bit out of order.
Okay.
So I'm referring, yeah. So I had figure 2 originally. No, the next one, sorry, figure. Is this your presentation? This is our presentation, I'm sorry, yeah. So figure 2 was about the comparison of the proposed length to the existing length of neighboring houses. And then figure number 4, thank you. With an 8-foot tall above grade basement, the house would be experienced as a 3-story wall with no visual relief. The loss of light and sky views will be significant. Figure number 5. The garage structure at the rear of our property has been a full-time workspace for us since the pandemic. This proposed development would put our backyard and workspace views into shadows for numerous extra hours per day. We ask that the committee compel the applicant to reduce the length of the addition to be in keeping with surrounding properties. We ask this for us, but also so that this proposal does not represent a precedent that would allow other plans to create overbuilt structures in our neighborhood. Concern number 2, which is figure number 3, the classification of this proposal as a renovation. While the applicant plans to retain 50% of the existing walls, we are contending this is a new building. The proposed home has 2 times the volume, 25% more height, a relocated front entrance beside an added garage with a new facade. The roof design is completely new. We have identified precedents for at least 10 applications since 2019 in Toronto, some in our neighborhood, where a renovation application was deemed a new build given the same circumstances evident in this application. We feel this is relevant as the proposed rear addition setback states existing to remain, which means to justify the lack of setback on the lot line because they claim to be extending the existing home. We ask the committee to consider classifying this application as a new build, subject to all relevant zoning reviews. We feel that the applicant can reasonably achieve all of their goals within these constraints. The existing home is a 4-bedroom main unit with a basement apartment, and the proposed house is a 4-bedroom main unit with an accessory suite. All of this suggests that the substantial increase in size is not contributing to additional function. Thank you for your consideration and time.
Thank you, sir. I'll make 2 observations. One, what we have before us are the variances as determined by the zoning examiner, so we're in no position to alter those.
Understood.
Secondly, you're aware, obviously, that the applicant isn't seeking a length variance nor an FSI variance, so the envelope that they're building is as of right.
We understand
Okay,
this.
that's great. Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Have your name and address, please.
My name is Julia Mazzaroli, and I live at 160 Arlington Avenue, just south, and I'll also require the presentation materials,
Okay.
figure 1.
All right, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, members of the committee. As I said, my name is Julia, and I've lived at 160 Arlington with my husband and daughter for the past 5 years. Our home is directly south, and we share the south lot line. I'll speak to the remaining issues that Greg introduced. Issue number 3 is the lack of setback on the north and south lot line. We appreciate that this was partially addressed in the revised drawings that were dated August 27th. However, the additional notice and zoning review had never been circulated to the neighbors. So in the absence of this, for the record, I would like to express my concern. The proposed setback on the south lot line of the rear addition and deck, which measures sizably 38 feet, was only 8 inches from the property line. This variance is quantifiably not minor, and it is not desirable. The impact of this is visualized in Figure 1, so we ask the committee to ensure that the rear addition and deck be set back the minimum 1.2 meters allowable from the south lot line. The reasons being are to protect the root and canopy system with the apple tree, which is seen there, and to also address reduced sky views. The risk of death to the apple tree seems to be understated in the arborist report, as the injury during the construction phase was not discussed. If the proposed building were to remain 8 inches from the lot line, the building would lie only 1 meter from the apple tree, well within the suggested 1.8 meter protection zone, and would surely kill it. This apple tree is mature, it's as tall as my home, and has a very large canopy that provides shade for my daughter to play safely in our backyard. There's also an environmental impact to consider. In speaking with urban forestry, although this is not a protected tree, they advise best practice would entail a protection zone as wide as the canopy. This would necessitate the setback from the lot line and reduction in building length. Implementing the minimum setback would also mitigate the need for demolition of our backyard property and address concerns regarding the location of the eaves. Of most concern is issue number 4, which is that Terrace Sky development appears to be intentionally contravening the intent of the zoning bylaw by classifying this application as a duplex in order to build a luxury single detached dwelling without any limits on FSI or length. This will maximize square footage of the home and ultimately profit, as their intent is to resell the home. Our agent advised that by the City of Toronto's own definition, the proposed development incorporates an accessory unit to a single detached dwelling, not a duplex. In the drawings, you can see that the basement suite is situated within and subordinate to the primary dwelling unit. The applicant has also stated to us in an email the intention of the basement suite as optional. And I quote, "For a duplex, there is no limit on FSI, and the duplex is intended to give an option to rent the basement if needed, given high interest rates. So we can build a bigger house with a 3rd floor without going to the committee, where there is no need for discussions or concessions." This is provided to you in supplemental file 1. Terrace Sky also appears to have a track record of disingenuous development. The applicant has renovated and sold at least 3 luxury houses in our neighborhood. All 3 houses are zoned as duplex, but the renovated home that was sold ultimately only included rough-ins for the basement suite. This is pictured in the real estate listings and the applicant's own website, and it is described in these
Sorry, ma'am,
documents.
I'm just going to stop you because that's not relevant to our proceedings this morning. So if you could just stick to
I'm
this
nearly done.
application.
I'm nearly done. The optional nature of this basement suite aligns with the classification as a primary single detached dwelling with an accessory unit, not a duplex, which has implications for the FSI. If it were to be classified as a single detached dwelling, the proposed development would greatly exceed the maximum FSI and would be subject to these limitations. The FSI in the application is understated, as it doesn't include any portion of the basement, which is notably 8 feet above grade. Our agent's expert opinion is that the majority of the basement is not sufficiently below grade, and this would contribute to the FSI, increasing the true FSI of the building up to 1.15, which is 30% over the allowable maximum of 0.8. Our agent brought this to the attention of the zoning examiner, who replied that the basement was not carefully examined, as the application was a duplex and FSI was not relevant. So we are urging the committee to ensure the following: that the rear addition be protracted to a reasonable length, that the minimum allowable setbacks on the north and south lot lines be upheld, to classify this application as a new build, not a renovation, and classify this application as a single detached dwelling with an accessory unit, not a duplex, subjecting it to relevant zoning review, including limits on FSI and length. Thank you. I'd also like to bring to your attention the urban forestry objection regarding the municipal tree.
Great, thank you very much. Panel, any questions? Dylan?
Yeah, I mean, one of your arguments is that this is really, isn't really a duplex, it's rather a single-family home with an accessory unit. If that if it had been classified that way, would that affect the length that was allowed?
Yes, it's over the allowable length.
So what would be the length if it wasn't a duplex and it's just a single-family home?
My understanding, what our agent has advised, is that the length would be 19 meters, but because the FSI is 30% over the limit, he would naturally have to
Okay,
reduce the length even more than that.
Putting the FSI aside, would there be a difference in the length?
Yes.
What would be the difference in the length? Do you know?
If he's over the allowable limit of 19 meters, I've been advised the limit is 19 meters, so.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Anyone else? Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair, is there anyone else here in person that wishes to speak to this item? See none? Okay. So we will now unmute the owner at 159 Arlington Avenue.
Good morning.
Hello, Kevin? You can't unmute them? Is it because he's trying to unmute himself? Okay, try again. Hi, Kevin?
Hello.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair.
You have your name and address, please.
Yes, my name is Kevin McIntosh. I'm the owner and resident at 159 Arlington Avenue across from the subject property.
Okay, you have 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair and committee members. I appreciate your time to present today. I think much of what I'll present is been covered by the two immediate neighbors, so I apologize for any redundancy. I'll try to keep it briefer. I represent a group of residents who live on Arlington Avenue on the same block as the proposed development at 162 Arlington Avenue and on the adjacent streets within 60 meters. The list of these residents and their contact information is contained in our letter of objection submitted on Tuesday morning. This was in lieu of 20 separate letters out of respect for the committee's time. The list does not include the immediate neighbors who have just presented to you. I'd like to start by emphasizing that none of the residents in this group are opposed to renovations on the street, further development, or changes in our neighborhood. And in fact, we fully support the addition of residential units on our street and see great value in the city's expanding housing options in neighborhoods. So when I moved onto the street 22 years ago, many of the houses were duplexes already. One apartment per floor of relatively equal size is how I would define duplex. I know the city has different definitions. Or triplexes or single family with basement apartments, my own house included in that category. This remains the case today, and even with these additional units, the dwellings on our street remain a similar scale and character while offering very livable housing options in a walkable community. So my key points, many of which have already been mentioned, so I'll keep each one very brief because it does represent a large number of local residents. The existing dwelling on this property is already a spacious 4+1 bedroom home with that basement apartment. The proposal is for pretty much the same thing, but a significantly larger single-family 4-bedroom home that appears to be just a secondary basement suite and not really a true duplex. We feel that the proposed development is really more of a mega-sized family home than with a basement apartment than a duplex. And it will set an unwelcome precedent for the neighborhood that will deliver no improved value other than to the developer. In reviewing sections of the zoning bylaws regarding building requirements for a secondary suite, we wondered whether this property should be considered as a detached dwelling with a secondary suite and not a duplex. This has major implications on how the project has been reviewed at the city and the relaxation to a number of the zoning bylaws as previously discussed. The relaxed restrictions for multiplexes, which include duplexes, the proposed development is not really subject to the same limits on building length, height, and FSI as mentioned by Julia earlier. We understand that city staff are supportive of multiplexes as part of a broader effort to increase housing options within existing neighborhoods. And we're concerned that the developer is intentionally stretching that definition of duplex simply to circumvent these restrictions for single-family development. And we do respectfully request that this proposal be reviewed thoroughly to ensure it aligns with the intent of the city's regulations. policies and strategies for increasing housing units in our city. In addition, we do have concerns over the classification of basement in this project, specifically its height at 8 feet above grade, and whether it truly qualifies as a basement or should be considered as a first floor, according to the definition of first floor in the city's bylaws. Therefore, we question whether this area should be included as floor space calculations, and it has not currently been. If this area were included, the FSI would exceed what is permitted. Since the application has been made as a duplex, the zoning examiner explained that he did not consider these things, and since they would not be applicable to a duplex.
Okay.
In summary, the proposed project, which is effectively an oversized single-family home with a secondary suite, does not really add any additional housing that would be deserving of relaxed regulations on size, especially in the neighborhood where a variety of multiplex types and more modest homes are prevalent. We feel that at a minimum, if the proposal was to be reviewed and approved as a detached home with single secondary suite, that it would be more in keeping with the scale of the surrounding dwellings. We do respectfully request that the variances in this application either be denied or that the review of the application be deferred to ensure a proper view of the conditions of the application at the zoning level. Thank you all for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much, sir. Panel, any questions? Nope. Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we did have one other speaker, Heidi Walk. We've made multiple attempts to connect, but have not been successful. So at this time, we'll ask the agent to come back to the stand.
Hi, welcome back.
Hello again.
If you could take some time to respond to some of the concerns we've heard this morning?
Absolutely. So concern number one from the south neighbor, as agreed, we have already reduced, basically increased the side yard setback. So there is no 8 inches to the property line. It's 1.2 meter. It complies with the zoning bylaws. So it's 1.2 meter, and this created more buffer to protect the apple tree in their backyard. And that was agreed on, and that was reflected already on the drawings on August 27th. For the neighbors to the north, during our discussion, we realized that it's their workspace. So since we are demolishing one half of the garage, we agreed to leave the party wall between the garages, and we offered to add a skylight to enhance the daylight. There was a discussion of adding a window, then we said it's gonna be like fire rating. So we all agreed that on the client's expense, he's gonna add a skylight to their garage. In terms of the definition, like we're really before you, we have a zoning notice that's been revised several times, and I have to really thank city staff for working with us on a timely manner that really never happened before. Nolan was amazing in getting us the revised zoning notice. So it's not like he neglected something, because he went back and forth with us several times to review, and he checked with his manager. So there is a clear definition of a duplex and a clear definition of the variances that we are seeking. So so this is basically what I have, and most of the other neighbors' objections came in late and came in yesterday, so didn't even, you know, have time to like sift through them. So I looked, and as I said, these are the majority of the things that we, in terms of the front yard parking, we believe it's improving the situation, because we will be taking one car off the road to be inside the garage. The existing paved driveway is existing, so we are not adding more to the like hardscaping that is in the existing front yard. I am here to answer any other questions.
Dylan?
I know these aren't variances that are before the committee, but because it was raised by the neighbors, I was wondering if you could tell us what the length of the new building is and what the height of the new building is?
So we already, by discussion with the neighbors, we reduced the building length by a foot,
Okay.
although it wasn't a variance,
Yeah.
but we reduced that also by a foot.
And so what is it now in meters?
Can't see very well. If you can please zoom in on the, it's like it's on the screen. Sorry,
On
I
the
can't.
site plan? Do you want the
Yeah,
site
the
plan?
site plan is on the screen. I just really can't see that far. Sorry.
Well, it looks like 19 meters, 19 point,
Yeah,
19 meters,
like
90.
it depends from where it measures, because the front
7
box
feet?
bay is actually exempt from the building length because it's cantilevered box bay.
Okay, I think I'm seeing it as
Yeah.
like 20 point something.
Yeah, that includes the box bay though.
Right, okay. And then the height is, I think is it 10.75 meters?
No, this has been reduced.
The height has been reduced?
Yes, this has been reduced. If you could kindly go to the elevation. Yes, please, because the zoning, if you can zoom into the height. I need new glasses, I'm sorry. So it's 9.98.
9.98?
Yes,
Okay,
that's
thank you very
based
much.
on the August 27 drawing. It was
Great.
10.7, but based on our discussion with neighbors, we reduced the height and we eliminated, we had like a front gable, a small dormer.
Uh-huh.
We removed that as well.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Doug?
Sure, I have a question. It just relates to some of the, I guess it's the third point raised by some of the neighbors. In the email, I believe it's from you, ma'am, that you said that the owners are, like to have an option to rent the basement. So is there, when this matter was submitted for zoning review, was it informed that the second unit was an option and not a certainty?
I did not state that renting the basement was an option. It's a duplex, and based on the zoning bylaw definition, it's not an option to rent. And the neighbors referred to other developers' applications, although these applications are completely different applications. And just for the records, they were single-family dwelling with legal basement apartments.
Right.
So there was nothing wrong with the
So
definition.
this August 26, 2024 email is not from you then?
No. My name is Saba Al-Methnu, QBS Architects.
Okay, and who is Tapazvi Narula?
That's the owner.
That's the owner. Okay.
Okay. Great.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Nellie?
Yeah, just to clarify about the building length.
Yes.
So the original length, what was like before you know,
So it was 1 foot shorter, and also.
So you removed 1 foot.
Exactly, we
from-
removed 1 foot, and also based on the south neighbor's recommendation, we pushed the front entrance in by another foot, including the fourth porch. This is why increased the setback of the front porch and main entrance.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone else? Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
All right, we take this into committee. Who wants to start us off?
Perhaps I can just
Is that here?
put my 2 cents worth in here. I think one of the dilemmas we always find in situations, I think, similar to this is that we have before us 4 variances. I can't cast motive as to whether the builder is intending to go forward with a duplex or not. We have what we have in front of us, and I think the focus is on what we have. Looking at the revisions that seem to have been made, they're much more reasonable than they were before. So even though the house is, and a number of the letters of opposition refer to the character of the neighborhood and this, size and shape of the house and so on. These are changes that will happen, whether we like it or not. Neighborhoods will change constantly. And as Chair, you pointed out, the house is really being built as a right. And I think this is part of the challenge that we have in front of us. We've been asked to suggest a reduction in the length of the house. That's not before us. Soft landscaping, it's not a variance before us. So I think that, again, it's the focus on what we have in front of us that we have to focus on. So I'd like to hear what my colleagues might have
Okay.
to add to that.
Thank you. Anyone else? Nellie?
I think that's, you know, the issue with duplex versus, you know, the single-family home and the, you know, the variances that in case you have the single-family home, like I can see the difference would be probably around 1 meter in length from what I was trying to, but still I have a problem in general in the massing of this house at the back. And I understand why neighbors are opposing to that, because there is no step back, there is no terrace, there is nothing to alleviate this massing, right? So it will be a big, you know, I think a privacy issue as well, but it's basically the blocking of the view, blocking of the sun. But as you said, it's not the issue before us, so that's, I want to hear other members what they think about that, but
Okay.
in general, it's really massive at the back.
Dylan?
Yeah, I mean, one of the reasons, I mean, first of all, I take my colleague's point. What we actually have before us is actually pretty minor. And also, I think that there has been some significant changes to address the concerns of the neighbors, and I thank the architect and owners for making those changes, which I do think improve the building and reduce the impact on the neighbors. I do want to speak to, you know, the duplex versus single-family home. I mean, what we have before us, we can only do what the zoning examiner has given us. That's what we have to make a judgment on. We can't second guess them and say, well, we think it's actually, you know, a single-family home with an accessory suite. And that's really, you know, city policy. Maybe the city has been lax in the way it's defined these things, and those are things that need to be addressed, but that's not what we can actually deal with. But even if this were a single-family home, the height is actually, I believe, less than what's already allowed as of right, so there wouldn't be a variance there. And the variance in depth would be very minor and probably not something that we would really be concerned about. It would be a meter, probably, or a little more than a meter. So even if this was being defined as a single-family home, I don't think the variances would be that significant, and we probably wouldn't be too concerned about it. The FSI, that change in FSI is something that we approve regularly. It's not something that we would necessarily be concerned about either. So I just want to, because I know that neighbors are concerned about this issue, I want to point out that even if it was a single-family home, the variances would not be that much more significant. And it's quite possible that the committee would have approved, they'd be concerned by the committee. But as it is, what we have in front of us is specifically what the zoning examiner has done, and we don't have the power to change that. And so we have to judge it on the basis of what we have in front of us.
Okay, great, thank you. Doug?
I understand the concern about the duplex, and I'm concerned about it because there's an email from the owner that says that it's just an option to use it, option to rent the basement if needed, given high interest rates. And so what I would like to ask Madam Deputy Secretary Chair is whether it is possible to craft a condition that ensures that this is used as a duplex and is not to be used as a single-family home. Is that a condition that is possible?
No.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we cannot do that, no. We can't impose a condition that is rightfully just as long as the site is meeting the requirements of the zoning bylaw.
Of a duplex, so as long as it's a duplex, but then, so.
Well, even just as a single-family dwelling, right? If they're meeting all of the zoning requirements, the committee can't say it should just be a single family or it should just be a duplex.
But if all of the variances are based on the fact that it's a duplex, then if it is not used as a duplex, what is the consequence?
Yeah, there's variances that would be required if it's not a duplex, right?
But again, members, you have to be mindful that this went through a proper zoning review. And the zoning examiner is reviewing this as a duplex, and these are the variances that are being sought for a duplex. The purpose clearly states that this is a duplex. So if you are to approve this application today, and the owner doesn't end up constructing anything, then it stays as a single family, and it meets the bylaw requirements.
Well, no, if it stays as a single family, then they would have to come back with variances.
That's if they do a review,
So I'm
right?
just
We
gonna.
don't know if they're gonna
Yeah.
do a review on that because they're not constructing
I
anything.
think we could probably debate this for some time. I think the risk that we're speculating about what may or may not happen in the future, and that's really hard for us to do. All we can really consider is what's before us, that it has been determined that it is a duplex. We can't speculate whether it's going to be used like that or not. The plans would show that it's designed in a way that it is a duplex. And so whether it gets used, you can't, I think, forecast or speculate on what future use is gonna be.
Can we tie to site plans?
Yeah, yes, you can tie this to plans if you want.
Yeah.
If you think
If
that.
we tie it to plans, then they would be required to build it with.
Yeah,
that
so,
secondary
and
suite.
it's really the floor plans that you're looking
Yeah.
at, right? To make sure that the apartment as designed
Exactly.
is constructed as designed. So you
Exactly.
can do that.
Okay, so let's tie it
Yeah.
to the floor plans.
Any other comments on this one?
Just one other piece I would add is that there's a fairly substantial deck at the back that's raised, and the privacy issues, I think, were raised by one of the neighbors. So I would add that that be a condition, that there be privacy screening on the north and
North
south
and south,
sides
okay.
to 1.5
Yep.
meters.
I think that's fine. Again, I think all the comments you've made are quite appropriate. I'm not gonna repeat them, because it would just be redundant. So, I'll look to someone for a motion.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, before a motion comes in, there's also urban forestry condition
Oh,
number
right.
1.
Yeah.
We did
Thank you
receive a
very
late
much.
report, but
Thank
yes,
you
I
very
just wanted to
much.
flag that.
Thank you. Yes. Okay. Anyone want to take a crack at a motion?
Sure,
So here-
Chair. I'll attempt to do that. So I'd like to put forward a motion to approve the amended application with conditions forestry number 1, and the other condition would be that the rear deck be provided with privacy screenings on the north and south side, so a height of 1.5 meters. I think that covers it.
If I can add a friendly amendment,
Sure.
and
Yes.
also tie it to the floor plan.
And tied to all the floor plans.
Okay. All right. Motion to approve the amended application with those conditions by Mr. Byatt. Do I have a seconder? Mr. Reed. All in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried. Thank you. It was opposed by Ms. Volport and Mr. Wilkins. Thank you. All right. We move on to item number 3. 370 St. Clair Ave West. This is an application to construct a one-story ancillary structure, an above-grade exit stair enclosure with a below-grade service structure in the north entrance of the property, and the ancillary structure will be connected to the existing subway vent shaft. Committee has before it a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 60 photographs of trees on the subject property, covering letter from the agent, email correspondence from the TRCA, email correspondence from Urban Forestry. We have a topographic survey from the agent. There is a staff report from the TRCA, and correspondence and concern from 36 Lower Village Gate.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do also have a report from Urban Forestry imposing condition number 1 if the committee is to approve this application.
Thank you very
We
much.
do have the agent online, no registered speakers for this item.
Great, thank you. Good morning, sir. Sorry, we can't, you're all muffled. I wonder, can you get closer to your microphone?
Okay, I'll try that.
No, we still can't hear you.
Okay, maybe I'll check my mic.
No, we're unable to hear you. I'm sorry, sir. Is there anything going on at your end?
I'll try this again. Maybe I'll get the volume.
No. Do we have the ability to give the agent a call on a separate line? If you just hang tight, sir, we will call you back directly because we're really having, we can't hear you.
Now I'm adjusting my headphone volume. What?
Hello? Yeah, we're trying to call you separately.
Hello?
Any luck?
Okay, try again, but on your phone. One more time.
Hello? Can you hear me?
That's better. You might have to turn your other device off.
Okay. Okay, give me 1 second.
Hello?
Is it better? Yes? Yes?
Yes, I think that's a little better.
Okay.
Okay, sorry, apologize about the inconvenience. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and the members committee. My name is Chen Lin. I'm the applicant and the permit approval coordinator from Toronto Transit Commission, located at 5160 Yonge Street, and also from TTCR, Soha Destiny Senior Architect, and Gurjit Kaur, Senior Community Liaison Officer. We're here to answer any questions that the committee may have. Thank you.
Do we have a speaker on this item? No, we don't have a speaker. Panel, do you need a presentation on this one? You got feedback. Sir, have you got another device on as well as the phone? If you could just mute it.
Okay, because that's what I'm in here.
Okay, that's better. Thank you. Panel, I don't think we need a presentation. Sir, we've read the material. We are comfortable with the application. We don't need a presentation. Before we take it into committee, is there anything you'd like to share with us?
No, I mean, if you guys are okay with materials, I'm okay to go ahead with committee's decision. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we're in committee. Seems pretty straightforward, guys. Anyone want to take a crack at? You have a question of the applicant?
It's just TRCA. Do we have a condition, or is it only the advisor? Yes. Yeah,
I have written down TRCA condition. Is it just advisory?
There is it says that it requires
Sabrina,
permit.
I thought it.
I think it's an advisory. Yeah, it does say no objections.
I think it's just an advisory that they don't need to get a permit, but not.
Through you, Mr. Chair, because it's going through site plan control, TRCA will be circulated through the site plan control application.
So we don't need a separate condition?
So we don't need, no.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'll look to someone for a motion. Nellie, you want to make a motion?
I bring a motion to approve the urban forestry condition number 1.
Okay. Motion to approve by Ms. Volport, seconded by Mr. Wilkins. All in favor? You have your approval, sir. Thank you. Okay. Item number 4. 110 Barker Avenue. This is an application to legalize and maintain the conversion of an integral garage into habitable space with a front ground floor basement walkout entrance that was constructed without an authorized building permit. There will be 0 parking spaces on site. Committee has before it a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 1 photograph of the front yard of the subject property, 1 photograph of the rear yard of the subject property, response letter from the agent, cover letter from the agent, and the order to comply affecting the subject property. We have a staff report from Transportation Services and from 2 reports from Transportation Services.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent online and 1 registered speaker in opposition.
Okay, thank
At this time, we'll unmute the agent.
Hi, good morning, committee members and all the attendees. This is Malosha, the agent on the application, representing 1110 Barker Avenue. The requested minor variance is we are converting the existing garage into the habitable space, which apparently does increase the maximum floor index from 0.75 as permitted by the zoning bylaw to 0.99 times. Apart from that, there is definitely the 1 parking as per the zoning bylaw, that is an attached garage is eliminated, but although there is an existing driveway where the owner was been using for several years. So definitely there is no change in the stuff. So yeah, that is what the request is from me, to allow to get the existing garage convertible to the habitable space. In case of any questions and concerns, I'm more than happy to answer those questions.
So you've seen Transportation's report on this application?
I did thoroughly, yes, sir.
So requiring to eliminate the curb cut and put curb back in?
Okay, we'll certainly do that. Yes, we are in a full alignment to that.
Okay.
Sorry, and Transportation requested also the driveway should be restored to soft landscaping. Do you have any
Yeah, so
objection to
you've
that?
seen the Transportation report and you're in agreement with it in terms of the curb cut and
The widening of the driveway, yeah, they would be restored it back.
okay. Great, thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, was there a question about how to access that front yard parking if the curb is to be restored?
Yeah, that's a good question. So from the images that we're seeing, it looks like there's a car parked on a parking pad right next to the driveway in front of the stairs. So you appreciate that with Transportation's conditions, that parking pad would no longer be accessible.
We do understand, and there is the sloped driveway that's going to be used for putting in the car over there on the existing driveway.
Well, that's not going to happen, I don't think, because Transportation is asking for the curb cut to be replaced with a full curb. So do you understand what Transportation is telling you?
So is that means the full width of the lot?
Yes, if you, there's currently a curb cut in front of the existing driveway leading to the garage.
Correct.
They're asking for that to be removed and a curb to be put back in. So,
If I may ask, is there a curb cut in front of the parking pad? Like when you, where the car is parked in the image, is there a curb cut that accesses that, or is it currently accessed via the driveway curb cut?
As per my understanding, the driveway is accessed by the driveway curb cut. So as far as it's on the in front of the porch stairs, we have no concern in restoring back. But the existing curb cut over the driveway and the front facing will stay as it is.
No.
Well, the reason it is, if you are no longer using the garage to store a vehicle, the bylaw states that you can't use that driveway for a vehicle any longer. So what transportation is saying is if you, since you're converting that garage into habitable space, you no longer have access to that driveway, and you have to restore the curb. So if you're unclear about this, one option is for us to defer this application so that you have an opportunity to have a more fulsome discussion with transportation so that you clearly understand what you're looking at going forward.
Yeah, I will certainly request to get this deferred so that we can leave the curb as it is, because we at least require to access the driveway over there, which is defined as a garage entry.
Yeah, so I mean, you're going to be a little bit challenged by that, but I think since it's unclear in your mind what the requirements are, I think you might be better off deferring this, having a discussion with transportation, and then you'll be able to come back if needed with a clear understanding of what the requirements are.
I certainly agree upon that advice.
Okay, so thank you very much. Can we go to the first speaker?
Sure. Through you, Mr. Chair, we'll unmute the owner at 108 Barker Avenue.
Good morning.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
We can.
Great. Hi, my name is Claire Lindley. I'm the owner of the house to the west side, 108 Barker Avenue. I understand that this is going to be deferred, but I'm just questioning right now, can I at least share my other concerns at this point in time?
Well, I think if the committee decides to defer it, then the applicant would need to consider what variances they might need, and if they need variances, they would come back at another time. So if they do that, you will have a full opportunity to share your concerns when they come back.
Okay.
So what I would like.
Can I just, sorry?
What I really would like to know is if you're okay with a deferral or not.
I'm not okay with the deferral for the fact that first of all, you totally caught right on that I knew that the homeowners did not understand that they were losing their front parking. That's a very old photo. They normally park 3 cars there. So I knew that they wouldn't get that. The other issue that I have that isn't a part of this variance, and so this is where I'm just asking for a little bit of guidance here, is they've turned that house into a rooming house. So it's not just a small variance. It's actually a larger issue. So I'm not sure what to do with that information at this point in time.
Through you, Mr. Chair, you would have to make a call to 311, put in a request, and we'll have an inspector go out to the site.
Which I have, and they have lied to the city that they're all relatives, and the neighbors all know they're not.
Okay, well, the only thing we can suggest is you try again through 311 and represent that interest to them and see what they can do.
So then my next question is the issues from their previous basement renos that are impacting my home.
Similarly, I think your best approach is to get an inspector out there and have a look at these issues.
So a building inspector, a zoning, like a rooming house zoning inspector, and whom else?
Yeah, if you call 311 and sort of lay out your concerns, they will direct you to the appropriate staff person to deal with it.
Oh, I understand. Well, thank you very much. This has been very helpful.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a lovely day.
Thank you. All right. Panel, let's go into committee with respect to the deferral. Dylan?
So I'd like to move a deferral of this application so that the owners have a chance to talk to transportation and fully understand the implications of transportation's conditions.
Okay. Motion to defer by Mr. Reed, seconded by Mr. Byatt. All in favor? Okay, you have your deferral, thank you. All right, let's move to item number 5. This is 971 to 973 O'Connor Drive. This is an application to alter the existing 2-story mixed-use building by constructing a complete 3rd-story addition, a rear 2nd and 3rd-story addition. There will be a total of 1 commercial unit and 5 residential dwelling units on the lot. The commercial space will occupy a portion of the basement and ground level. There is an existing dwelling unit in the basement, and there will be 2 dwelling units on the 2nd level and 2 dwelling units on the 3rd level. Committee has before it a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 8 photographs of trees on the subject property, covering letter from the agent, email correspondence from Transportation Services, correspondence and concern from 8 Gardens Crescent, and correspondence in opposition from a solicitor on behalf of 975 to 977 O'Connor Drive.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent online as well as 1 registered speaker. At this time, we'll unmute the agent.
Great.
Mr. Anderson?
Good morning, sir.
Yes, good morning.
If we could have your name and address, please, sir.
Yes, good morning, committee. My name is Joel Gilbert Anderson, and I'm representing the owners of 971, 973 O'Connor Avenue, or
Okay.
Drive, sorry.
Thank you. We'll need a presentation, please.
Yes, so if you can open my cover letter, I think that has everything that we need in terms of photos and diagrams. So just a little bit about the property. So 971 is the ground floor commercial address and 973 is the residential address. And this is a 1 unit in a strip of 7 similar units with ground floor commercial and residential above. As you explained, there's an existing ground floor commercial unit. There is 1 residential dwelling unit in the basement and 2 on the 2nd floor. And our proposal is to add a 3rd floor and a rear addition that exists only on the 2nd and 3rd floor. In the end, the building will contain a total of 5 residential units and a single commercial unit. We did have email correspondence with city planning on this, and they were generally in support of the application. And the owner of the property delivered letters to all the neighbors to attempt to engage in dialogue, but received only 1 response that was generally positive, though we have seen the 2 letters of concern or opposition. So I'll just quickly walk through the variances. There's 6 variances, I believe 6 variances listed, but 2 of them are related to the same item. So first, residential use below the 1st story. So this is both, I believe, items 1 and item 4. As I stated, there is an existing basement apartment in the building. And through this process, we would attempt to legalize that apartment. It is accessed through a stair from the shared right-of-way. And I think even in one of the letters of opposition, the adjacent neighbor had no issues with this unit. It's been existing and tenanted for some time since before our client purchased the property. Next, the issue is, or the variance is for parking. So the bylaw does require 4 parking spaces, and the current site has 0 parking spaces, and our proposal would be to maintain that. The existing condition, although there is a shared right-of-way and room for cars to park, there isn't actually sufficient room for a legal parking space based on the minimum length of a parking space, which I believe is 5.6 meters. On the west side of the right-of-way, between the right-of-way and the basement stair, there's less than 5 meters, and similarly on the other side of the right-of-way. As I outlined in my letter, this area is well served by transit. There's several bus lines that connect directly to subways, and the cycling network will be expanded to reach this area as well. The next variance is for floor space index for residential use. So I would just note that this isn't for the total floor space index on the property. It's only for residential use. And on this particular site, that's limited to 1.0. Our variance is for 1.37, but if we were to remove the basement dwelling unit, that would drop to 1.07, so just slightly above what is permitted. And there is also an FSI of 2.5 for commercial space, so combined 3.5, and I know that zoning doesn't consider that way, but I think it does imply, along with the urban design guidelines for this area, that this is well under what would be, or well in line with what would be appropriate for the property. The diagram that you can see before you just shows, based on the urban design guidelines for the area, our proposed addition is highlighted in blue and well in line with any setbacks. So the massing itself is, I think, very much in line with what's suitable for this neighborhood. And the final two variances are related to setbacks. So these are a little bit unusual in that they only relate to this light well that's carved out of the center of the building. And we're simply extending the existing light well on the second floor up to the third floor, and it does trigger two variances here, but generally has no impact on other properties. I believe one of the letters of objection did speak to this and perhaps misinterpreted this as something to do with the back of the property. But again, this only relates to that light well, and we're simply taking the existing condition and bringing it up to the third floor. And that allows us to get light into the center of these apartments and create two-bedroom apartments, all with access to natural light. I think that's it as far as presentation. Maybe I'll leave any comments related to the objections for later.
Great, thanks very much. Before we get to the next speaker, I'm just looking in behind there. This is a strip mall. There looks like there's a parking area in behind. So is any of that area available to your client?
So directly behind on our client's property, they do have space, but again, it doesn't fit a legal parking space because of the width of the right-of-way. So while there may be room for cars to park, it doesn't meet the legal definition of a parking space. You can see that here in the site plan. The distance between, and apologies, the distance isn't shown here, but between the basement stair and the right-of-way is less than 5 meters, and similarly between that existing frame storage shed and the right-of-way is less than 5 meters. And Toronto zoning or the parking bylaw identifies a minimum width of length of 5.6 meters.
Right, okay, thank you. Can we get our speaker?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, we can unmute the owner at 979 O'Connor Drive.
Leave a callback number, press 1 to replay your message.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we've made multiple attempts to contact, but we've been unsuccessful.
Okay.
So perhaps we can just go back to the agent.
All right. Panel, any questions of the applicant? Nellie?
I have a question in regards to the basement unit. I understand that this is not legalized, right? Like the properties, was used as commercial on the, ground floor for quite some time, right?
Yeah, that's correct. So our client purchased this property in, I believe, 2016 and has, as I understand it, made no changes to the property. That basement apartment was existing at the time. And I don't know how long it's existed before that.
Okay. Anyone else? All right, no further questions. We'll take this into committee. Anyone have some observations? All right, someone's got to go.
Okay, I'll go. In general, I just wanted to note that I think those kinds of development, then we have additional residential units. I think it's a very good, it's a very good kind of a development, and right on the major fourways, and I think it's a very good proposal. I have a concern about the basement apartments. Still, the zoning bylaw doesn't allow any residential space in the basement underneath commercial property, and I understand it's been grandfathered, but since the owner is developing the property, I'm concerned about leaving that apartment there, and I was wondering if we can, I think it pertains to variance number 1 and 4, So if we can maybe make it that, there is no residential unit in the basement, can we make this?
So what, just to
The
probe,
condition.
what's the concern?
Concern.
What's your
that
concern
there-
about
yeah.
having a basement apartment?
Yeah, the next, basement apartment, which is underneath and next to the restaurant, in terms of, the usage and sanitary conditions, I'm not sure, and there is a reason, zoning bylaws, don't allow that, so I'm concerned
Okay.
about that.
Okay, great. Anyone else? So here?
Yeah, I think just picking up on Nelly's comments, I looked at this and I was also wondering, first of all, whether it was legal, and of course it currently isn't. My concern was you've got a basement apartment underneath a store with a single access point, exit point. So in terms of the safety issue, I'm sure that's not within our purview at this point, but it is of concern that you've got a basement apartment with one access point. Thought that comes to mind is if there's ever a need to escape for the resident and the fire happens to be at the escape point, how does a person get out? So that was it was a safety issue, and I don't think that's in front of us, but that could be related to the variance 1 and 4, I believe Nelly mentioned. So something to consider.
Okay. Anyone else?
Yeah, I would just say I'm very familiar with that neighborhood, and I think there's a lot of development currently happening there, and there's a lot more residential coming in, and I agree with Ms. Volpert. I think the overall plan is a good one. It's a good place to put residences, but I also had the concern about the apartment in the basement, and I absolutely think it's a good idea to have more residential dwellings where we can. But I think when I was looking at the plans, what gave me concern is not that it was just a basement, but I believe it's below the commercial kitchens. So I would imagine we don't really know too much about how it's made, but that's a pretty high traffic, busy space right above where someone lives, and I don't have any experience living underneath a commercial kitchen, but I wonder if that is, if it's an appropriate place for a home with all the potential noise and the hours of the business in the restaurant. I don't know what it would be like. I'm not sure if so that's why I had some pause about legalizing that basement unit.
Okay. Dylan?
I agree with my colleagues that this is really excellent proposal in terms of increasing housing on a main street. We absolutely want to encourage this kind of thing. I also want to thank the proponent for the transit plan, which I think shows that there's a lot of different buses in the area and good transit, and really addresses the concern about parking that a couple of people expressed in letters. I understand my colleagues' concerns about the basement, but I think it would be harsh to remove a very long-standing apartment that obviously someone has been comfortably living in for a long time. We would effectively be we would be kicking someone out of their home. And as we know, it's actually a very difficult to find places to live in Toronto. So while I understand these issues, I think it would be harsh on both the proponent and the tenant to actually remove the basement variances at this point. Certainly wouldn't think that this would be something we should encourage if someone's trying to add it. But given that it already exists and has existed for a long time, I would want to allow that.
All this way, and I kind of agree with Dylan. I think this is an area that is well served by transit, an area that can quite capably accommodate additional rental accommodation. But I would go a step further. By legalizing this, it brings it into the fold of inspection. So a building permit has to be issued, has to comply with fire code. So its construction allows the configuration of the basement apartment to actually be brought into code, where right now it probably isn't, right? So it's illegal, it's probably not, doesn't meet electrical and all the other things. So by making it legal, I think it will improve the space measurably and will allow for a safe accommodation unit to be put in there. That would be my view. So I'll look to someone for a motion. Is it here?
Sure, go ahead, Chair. Thank you. I think you make a very good point, by the way, about the, by legalizing it may enhance the safety issues that are of concern. And this is a very good area for this type of development, for sure. So I'd like to move a motion to approve this application. I don't believe there are any conditions attached at this point in time.
Okay. Motion by Mr. Byatt to approve, seconded by Mr. Reed. All in favor? You have your approval, sir. Thank you very much. Unanimous. All right. Can we do one more and then take a break? Is that okay?
Sure.
Do you wanna, are you okay with one more? All right. Let's do item number 6, 258 Warren Road. You, okay. This is an application to alter the existing 2.5-story detached dwelling by constructing a 2-story south side addition, a rear 1-story addition with a covered terrace, and a rear partial 2nd-story addition. Committee has before it a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 3 photographs of trees on the subject property, decision number A0394/06TEY, and OMB PL 061167 affecting the subject property, and presentation materials from the agent.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent online as well as one registered speaker. It's showing as support. So at this time, we'll unmute David Bronskill.
Mr. Bronskill.
Morning. Sorry, sir, just headset malfunction. Good morning, Mr. Chair. Last name's Bronskill, first initial D for David, 333 Bay Street, Suite 3400, here acting as agent on behalf of the applicant.
Good morning, sir. I think we'll need a short presentation.
I can do that, sir. Staff have helpfully put the site plan on the screen because it is a bit complicated to understand what's existing and what's proposed. You can see in the 3 shades of green on that site plan, the existing main floor, the existing 2nd floor, the existing 3rd floor. That all implemented that historic decision, sir, from a number of years ago, frankly under the old bylaw, not the new bylaw, that has been built. This is a proposal that would add in blue the 2-story structures and a single and then a single-story addition as well, wrapping on the house. We have, sir, on the next page, if staff can go down, you can understand, I hope from this, those side and rear elevations. You see the 2-story portion coming forward in the middle. You see the 1-story portions on the side. And what is essentially being done here, sir, is there's an existing terrace that you can see in that upper right-hand corner. That terrace exists. It's excavated underneath. The reason I raised that for you, sir, is today, if we were seeking variances under bylaw 569/2013 for the existing house, we would be seeking the same length and depth variances that are before you as part of this application, because they would be measured to the end of the terrace or the excavated terrace portion. So the variances would be the same. The GFA obviously is slightly larger because of the 1- and 2-story additions. We did on the next page, page 4, just show you what has happened in the intervening number of years. That the FSI that was initially approved at 0.74 has been exceeded significantly in the area. What's being sought here is 0.85, and you can see it's well within the range of the numeric approvals in the area. We've also included on page 5 numeric approvals in the area for length and depth. I do think, in accordance with what I've often asked of this committee, a condition that would see construction substantially in accordance with the site plan would be warranted, just so that what is shown on the site plan is in fact what is ultimately developed. It's an addition, frankly, that just takes that terrace, builds on top, adds a bit more space for the owners, and then has outdoor areas on underneath those one-story portions. I don't think there's any opposition. They have gone out and spoken with the neighbors, and I think there is no one in objection. But that's the proposal, sir, and the variances that are generated by it.
Thanks, David. I feel like we've had this conversation several times, but the outdoor room, again, one-story outdoor room, looks like it has a skylight in it. Does it present as a room, or does it present as a just an open area with a roof over it?
Yeah, there's actually two. We did have this conversation before, and Mr. Wengel's office did attempt on the elevations, and I did ask for clarification of the architects. There's sort of two what are labeled as outdoor areas on the plans. So, and I always get a little bit directionally challenged here. There's an outdoor dining area that would be the northwest corner. And you can see that there in staff proposed, on the left, proposed single outdoor room on existing terrace. And then you can see on the right, which I think is the southwest, proposed single-story outdoor room above existing terrace. The treatments are slightly different, sir. So the elevations where there's the dining area, that elevation, on that north elevation, it would present as a one-story wall. There aren't openings or anything on that side. They would be on the west side, where there are glass windows and doors that would open. The outdoor room that's on the southwest, so the south elevation, there is a barbecue that's shown, but otherwise it's then open beyond that with, they've shown on plan what are insect screens. So it's almost like a screened-in outdoor room, but on the south elevation, the rear portion would be open, although it does have a roof.
Okay, thank you. Panel, any burning questions? Okay, do we have a speaker?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we'll unmute the owner at what we have on our form here at 417 Russell Hill Road. Valentina?
Oh, hi there. Hello?
Good
Yes.
morning. If we could have your name and
morning.
address, please.
Valentina Kalick,
And-
417 Russell Hill Road.
Great. Are you speaking in favor or opposed to this application?
In favor. I just wanted to comment that I think it's a, no objection, and it looks like a very beautiful addition to the existing, to the existing home.
Okay, thank you. Anything further?
That's it.
Okay, thanks very much. All right, I don't think there's a need to go back to the agent unless anyone has any questions. All right, let's take this into committee. Anyone have any thoughts? Dylan?
I honestly just don't think it's a very minor variance. It's a huge length. And also the side yard is getting, I don't really see that as necessary. I mean, we understand side yard setbacks are variances are often necessary for existing conditions or for narrow lots, but this is a very wide lot. I just don't think it's not really the intention of the zoning to allow people to have that kind of encroachment on what's already a wide lot. So personally, I think this is it can't really be considered minor and doesn't really qualify.
Yeah, anyone else? Nellie?
I'll just speak to the support of Mr. Reid's comment, and I understand there was already beyond, there was a settlement back in 2007, and the house was already well above, all the zoning regulations and was approved. So I just don't see the reason and, to go even, beyond what was settled and approved rather than, you know, no functional or no aesthetic, you know, reasoning for that. So I wouldn't be supporting this application.
Okay, anyone else?
Maybe I'll put in my 2 cents worth, Chair. I take my colleagues' comments to heart. I think if this was a new application, the requested depth and length would definitely seem very excessive. And of course, it's the idea that it's being built on an existing platform makes it seemingly more palatable, but I think the point is still that what we're being asked to approve is a length and depth that is quite excessive. So I also find this quite a challenging application in that sense.
Okay. I'll weigh in. I look at this differently. I look at the neighborhood. This is Forest Hill. These are characterized by quite large lots, quite large homes. In this particular neighborhood, we have seen this kind of length quite frequently, frankly, in part because the lots are so large. And I think the lot can accommodate this kind of a structure, and we are seeing more and more of them. And in this case, contrary to many, there is no opposition. Both neighbors on each side apparently are not uncomfortable. There is no opposition in the rear. One, as we just heard, one individual is supportive of it. I have seen many of these applications come forward where the neighborhood gets very concerned, and in this case, there is no concern. I would also think that the fact that it's really not extending any further than the existing terrace, and while I always had these concerns about these open rooms, they are open on the one side. And it's only one story that goes back, so I don't think that there is a negative impact. I look at the variances, while I appreciate the concern about being minor versus not, I also look at the variances in the context of to what extent there's an adverse impact. And in this instance, I don't see an adverse impact. Again, the excavation has already happened. You're not digging down like some and excavating fresh in the rear. There is none of that here. So I understand that the depth is long, and the OMB did approve in part the terrace that currently exists, but I don't think the incremental impact in this instance is significant, and as illustrated by the lack of opposition and the character of the lots in this neighborhood would suggest that this is not an uncommon type of renovation in Forest Hill. So I don't think there's an adverse impact. So I can support this application for those reasons. So I'll look to, does anyone want to move a motion? Or Doug, did you have thoughts?
I always find these ones tricky because, I mean, as I understand the test, it has to be minor in terms of size and impact, and if I look at size, it looks large, but I actually agree with you that in terms of the incremental impact, I don't necessarily see this as having a really large impact. I think we would have heard about it. I do think, you know, it obviously extends sort of the solid massing of the walls back quite far. And so maybe some of that impact can be just inferred based on how far and how long this property is. But again, I always have difficulty with these because I think the number is quite large, and that's part of the test. So I'm not sure I support it.
Okay, I would note that there is no planning report on this one either, right?
I just wanted to add, I do think that the lot size is significant, and in this case, the rear lot size isn't as large as some other ones that we've seen where we have allowed longer lengths. So that also factored into my considerations.
Okay. Any further comments? Okay, I'll look for a motion.
I'll make a motion.
Yep, Dylan?
I move that the variances be refused.
Okay, motion to refuse by Mr. Reed. Do you have a seconder? Ms. Volpart, all in favor? Opposed? The application is refused. Chair dissents. Okay, let's take a 10-minute break. Is that enough for everybody?
Be good.
Okay, let's take a 10-minute break. phonetically to change this. I would make it a Wolfert, like make it a W rather than a V.
Victor.
Oh, Wolfert? Like a pear. I'll just draw a little picture of a pear. Listen, I put you, it's the one thing I'm really lousy at is names. I'm terrible.
Yeah, that's like.
Well, there's many things that I'm
No,
not good
it's
at,
like, I
but
don't know.
names
it-
is one
it-
thing.
It's E, so I don't know, you pronounce it like it's French.
I'm not.
It's like.
Okay, if everyone can turn on their videos, make sure your microphones are on, laptops are muted.
Ready to go? All right, we continue with item number 7.
Through you, Mr. Chair, member,
I'll need to declare, I'll need to
Oh,
leave
right,
because
right.
I have a personal
So-
connection to one of the opposition parties, so.
Great. Ms. Volpert will excuse herself. This is item number 7, 6 Sunnybrook Road. To construct a new two-story, applications to construct a new two-story detached dwelling, a duplex with a front porch and stairs, a rear ground floor deck with stairs, and a rear basement walkout with a terrace. Also to construct a one-story ancillary building to contain a garden suite in the rear yard of the property. The existing garage will be demolished. There will be a total of 3 residential dwelling units on this lot, 2 in the main dwelling and 1 in the ancillary garden suite. Committee has before it copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 2 photographs of the front and rear yard of the subject property, 4 photographs of trees on the subject property. We have correspondence and opposition from 5 Hazelbrae, 52 Armadale, 11 Hazelbrae, 14 Sunnybrook Road, 8, 12, 7, 4, and 15 Sunnybrook Road, and 2 Sunnybrook Road.
through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent online as well as 8 registered speakers in opposition.
Okay.
At this time, we'll unmute the agent.
Good morning. Whoa. Hello? That's pretty weird. Hang on a sec. Hang on a sec. We're having technical challenges here. Hang on a sec.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think it might be on their end. We're going to try calling the agent.
Okay. Now, if you heard that, we're going to try and give you a call directly. So pick up when you see the call come in.
Hello?
Hello?
Okay, much better.
Hello, sir. Good morning. Mr. Goro?
Good morning. Good morning. 15 minutes. In 15 minutes.
Sorry, sir, if you could give us your name and address, please?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and committee members. My name is Tomasz Gurau, and I'm the agent for the owners at 6 Sunnybrook
Great.
Road.
We'll need a presentation, sir.
Should I present first, or should we listen to all the opposition?
No.
Which would be better?
We'll need a presentation from you first. You have up to 5 minutes.
Okay. No problem. Okay, so we are building here a 2-story dwelling. I do know the area. The neighbors usually tend to come out in objection to any construction in the area. But we were very mindful when we were doing the design for this particular property. As you can see, there is absolutely no height variance, no density variance, no building length, and no side yard setbacks, only the one on the east side. We're asking, as per point number 1, we're asking for 0.61. The required setback is 0.9. 0.61, the existing dwelling, if you look at the topographic survey, which was posted in the link, that's where the existing building is. We just want to match it in that exact same area. The reason for that is because there is a right-of-way, and with the right-of-way, because you can't build anything on there, we had a more narrow property to work with when we were doing the design. Point number 2 is the front step. The reason we're asking for 1.4 rather than 1.2 is because we didn't want to create a headache for the immediate neighbors on the left side and the right side. By digging too far, we're only digging 6 feet down. And because we did that, and it's a 9-foot basement, that lifted the ground floor higher. And for that reason, the ground floor is at 1.4 rather than 1.2. But we wanted to not dig too deep, not do shoring, and any of that kind of stuff that comes with digging lower. Point number 3 is the front yard setback. Because it is a 2-story or 2-unit dwelling with the garden suite in the back, we want to add a parking spot. And what we want to do is we want to park the parking spot on the right side of the right-of-way, because the right-of-way is only allowed for access in and out to the back. So rather than clogging up the street in front, we want to put a parking pad. That parking pad can be permeable. We have no problem doing that. If that helps with the water mitigation, we're more than happy to do that, and that can also be written into the decision if it is approved. Number 4 is the same thing, but it's for the rear, and that got triggered because we're asking to do a garden house in the back. Number 5, sorry, just taking a sip of my water. Number 5, number 6, and number 7 have to do with the garden house in the back. Because we are mindful of the tree in the back, and it is close, originally we asked for setbacks of 2 feet on both sides in the rear. The neighbor, number 4, which is to the east, did express concern about the tree. It is a mature tree, and the mature tree is entirely on our property. We engaged the arborist, and the arborist came out and assessed the tree in the back. And he recommended that we build 1.5 meters from that tree. And because it is not a large garden house, we don't have to do a standard foundation, which goes 4 feet in the ground. We can do a slab on grade. And to help to get water to that tree, he also wrote in his report, which I did upload, we have to have like weepers that allow drainage in between to make sure that that tree always gets nutrients and it doesn't die during the construction. We are more than happy to do that. That's why we got the arborist involved. That's why we did the report, and we are happy to do that. And we're more than willing on point number 7, where it says the garden suite shall be located 0.61 from the east and west. We can get rid of the east because we'll comply with the 1.7. We have no problem doing that because we do want to save that tree. That's basically my presentation, okay. And I'll let the speakers.
So, just want to be clear for everyone. You're eliminating variance number 7?
At number 7, we're eliminating the east part because it's 2 parts. It's for east and west. So on the west, we'd like to maintain the 0.61 meter setback, but the east side, which is where the tree is, adjacent on part number 4 property, will comply with the 1.5 on that side.
Okay. So you're amending that one. Have you seen,
if possible,
have you seen Forestry's report recommending refusal of variances 4 and 5?
Yes, and this all came about. I don't think that they saw this report. I read the notes that even if you were to approve it today, we have to get approval from them. So I think they'll have one more say in that. However, I also want to make it a point that it is expensive to go to committee. We do want to proceed. If we were to lose the entire hearing due to this garden house, then we'd rather just eliminate all the variances associated with it. But we do want this garden house because I think we took the right measures and the right precautionary steps to do everything to satisfy the neighbor and to save that tree.
Okay, the option is yours. If you want to proceed with the garden suite, we will do that. If you want to remove it, we will do that. It's kind of your call.
We would like to go forward with it.
Okay. And with respect to forestry, have you or your client had any discussions with forestry staff on this?
No, we just engaged in the arborist. I did post the report, and I read exactly what's up right now, and it says number 5. If you look at point number 5, it says that even if it gets approved today, they have a final say if there would be any disturbance and if they would allow us to build a greenhouse due to the tree. And I think that they would need to see the arborist report to make that decision, because this came all about within 2 weeks, so it wasn't enough time to get the report completed and to share it with our urban forestry.
And the tree in question, is that on your client's property or next door neighbors?
Correct.
No,
It's on the next door neighbor. Next door neighbors.
It's not on your property, it's on the adjacent neighbor's property.
On number 4 Sunnybrook, yes.
Okay.
It's not in these pictures. It would be on the arbor forestry report, and there's pictures there.
Okay.
It came in late last night.
All right.
It should be, yeah.
Okay. All right.
Oh, yeah, this is the report. This is the report showing the 1.5 meter setback with the drainage there. And then there's another file that's attached to this one, which shows all the photos.
Okay. All right. We have a number.
So right there.
We have a number of people waiting to speak to this item, so maybe we'll just go straight to the first speaker. I think we have someone in the audience. Good morning, Mr. Singh.
Good morning, committee.
We have your full name and address, please.
Nicholas Singh, Swansea Area Ratepayers.
Okay, you have 5 minutes, sir.
Based on what we just heard, it raises the question of what plans are we looking at? I think I heard the agent just suggest that they would change the plans for the construction of the garden suite, and that, I believe, requires a new submission of the plans.
We will clarify that with them when we get back to the agent with respect to whether there's a change in the construction. They've altered a variance, but I'm not sure it's a change in construction. So we'll put that to them when they return.
Okay. So if there is a change in the construction, does that mean that we do need new plans?
If the variances aren't changed, we're still just dealing with the variances before us.
Okay. As per the zoning bylaw definition, a house with a secondary suite is not a duplex. You heard that earlier with item number 2. The response to that is that any approval would be conditioned on construction being completed as per the plan submitted. So if we are going to have a change in the plans, we have some difficulty in applying that condition. This is a new build, so setbacks are not existing and the bylaw requirement should be maintained. Turning to the intent and purpose of the bylaws regarding garden suites and duplexes are brand new. During the consultation period, the Swansea Area Ratepayers argued that the imposition of additional suites to residential properties would result in the instability of the character of many areas in Swansea and around the city. At the consultation meetings, we were told that measures such as setbacks, size, height, and density restrictions would be put in place to ensure compatibility and a measure of separation and privacy. These bylaws, excuse me, underwent extensive study to ensure that they were sufficient to permit investment. The expert panel report recommended changes to the permissions for as-of-right construction, and the bylaws were deliberately expanded and liberalized to permit as-of-right construction without the need to go to the Committee of Adjustment. But we did ask, what about the Committee of Adjustment where the bylaws are regularly amended? We were told that would not happen in these cases, as the amendments were new and enforceable. So we ask you to recognize that the restrictions governing additional suites were intended to be rigid in all but the most compelling circumstances, so that they can provide the protections that they were intended to give to the neighbors and community. We submit that this application does not provide the protections that the bylaws were intended to provide to the neighbors and to the neighborhood, and therefore it does not meet the test for maintaining the intent and purpose of the zoning bylaws and should not be approved. Turning to the test for the official plan. Over the past 14 months, I've appeared before this tribunal over 40 times, begging you to apply the test for maintaining the intent and purpose of the official plan and the zoning bylaws. The last time I appeared here on August 17th, a committee member said that he had never seen the test applied as I had presented them. I point out to you that it should not be new. It is the requirement that has been for a long time of policy 4.1.5 of the official plan. And it is the committee's legally mandated role to apply this test before a variance is even considered for approval. As I've regularly presented to the committee, the official plan, policy 4.1.5, requires an applicant to determine the immediate and broader contexts in which the proposal is located, and to determine by a numeric count if such proposed variance respects and reinforces the physical character of the neighborhood by being the most frequently occurring form of that character. In this case, the applicant has not produced the required evidence to show that any of the variances requested meet the requirements of the official plan, and as such has failed to show that any of the variances meet the test for the intent and purpose of the official plan. Any assertion that the application meets the 4 test is based on zero evidence and is unsupported and unsupportable. In keeping with the statutes under which this tribunal is constituted, the application does not meet the test for the intent and purpose of the official plan and should be refused. I remind the committee again that the applicant is not permitted to enter new evidence on that matter. We have reviewed the comments of the neighbors regarding the trees in the letter from Parks, Forest, and Recreation and agree with their comments that variances 4 and 5 should be refused because of the obvious damage to the trees that this proposal will cause. We note that forestry letters never recommend refusal in our experience, so this is a very rare case that speaks to the extreme danger that this proposal presents to the Norway maple. Also to the
Mr.
difficulty...
Singh, I'm going to ask you if we could just wrap up, please.
Also to the difficulty in getting approval. So in summary, there appear to be no real barriers except for the forestry letter to the construction of this building and garden suite that require the intervention of the Committee of Adjustment. And we propose refusal of these variances.
Great,
Thank you.
thank you. Panel, any questions? Nope, thank you very much, sir.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we'll now go to those speakers that are online. So we'll unmute the first speaker at 52 Armadale Avenue.
Good morning, Ms. Quigley.
Oh, good morning. I live at 52 Armadale Avenue.
And your full name, ma'am?
Susan Quigley.
Thank you. All right, you have 5 minutes.
Okay, the proposed construction, our home, the back of our home, the whole yard is on the borderline of 6 Sunnybrook Road. And so this garden suite would be built right there. The agent has ignored us completely. The other variance that we want changed is number 6, where they want to the setback change from 1.5 to 0.61 meters. We are totally against the garden suite. It's going to, be an eyesore from our backyard. It's going to block our sunlight. It's going to devalue our property. I don't know what else to say. The other issues have to do with any excavating in the backyard of this lot. The tree roots spread. It's a huge tree. It's 50 years old, and the roots spread over multiple property lines. There's no way they can excavate and not damage the roots of this tree. They don't need a garden suite. They don't need a walkout from the back. They're leaving little to no soft landscaping. Another huge issue is drainage. If we don't have any soft landscaping, Sunnybrook Road is a creek under it, and drainage is already a huge issue on our properties, flooding the basements. And, you know, where is this water going to go if they put all this concrete there? As a regard to the front of the property, we oppose the driving pad. That would also damage or kill a tree that's already there, a maturing tree. We oppose the density of this property project. They're putting 3 families in. It's a mutual drive. That would be 4 families with a mutual drive with a possibility of 8 cars or maximum. That has to exceed the density requirements. There's no sidewalks on this street. I'm not sure what else I was going to say, but there's no precedent for this in our neighborhood. We're all single-family dwellings. The character of this 2-story duplex is not conducive with the character of the streets. We need our trees. We can't afford to lose any more. I'm not sure what else I was going to say, but that may be the gist of it.
Okay, thank you very much. Panel, any questions? Thank you, ma'am.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we'll move on to the speaker at 4 Sunnybrook Road.
Good morning.
Me? Hello?
Hello. We can
Hello.
have your name and address, please.
Yes, my name is Zoe Zwolak Fifi, and I am the owner and resident at 4 Sunnybrook Road.
Okay, you have 5 minutes.
So I would actually like to ask for a decline or a deferral of this proposal, just based on the fact that there was information received late yesterday that dramatically impacts the proposed plan. The files submitted and circulated to the neighborhood is not accurate based on the forestry report and the revisions required as a result of that. There is a city tree, as Susan mentioned, there's a city tree on the front of the property that is over 30 centimeters in diameter. So it does require, it is protected. And my husband and I are the owners of the beautiful Norway maple that is of big consideration for this project as well, in our backyard.
Okay.
There's a number of variances that we are opposed to, but I'm not sure if it's even fair to comment on those right now, just based on the fact that it's not accurate plans.
I think you might want to use your remaining 3 minutes or so to share with us your concerns.
So the concerns are, number one, the urban forestry report specifically states that the plans outlined show an unacceptable level of damage to the tree in our backyard. We absolutely love that tree and are doing all we can to maintain it and keep it healthy for as long as possible. It's a beautiful, probably one of the biggest trees in the neighborhood, and really adds to the shade, the health, and the wellness of the neighborhood. We also have strong considerations and opposition to the soft landscaping variances that are proposed based on the fact, as Susan mentioned, it's an extremely wet neighborhood. There was an email sent. We're speaking on behalf of Julie Boyd, who is our neighbor at 8 Sunnybrook. She unfortunately had to jump off for another call or for an appointment. But we've all had flooding issues in our neighborhood. And we would like to get an independent engineering report to really understand what the impact of this construction would be just on the impact to our home, to our property, to our foundation, and to future water issues. We are also concerned about the setbacks proposed, specifically in the backyard, but also along the side of our driveway on the east side. And that's specifically based on the fact that the proposal would likely impede our ability to get in and out of our car in our driveway, based on the construction that they're proposing for the front entrance. And we are also, again, the setback would also impact and likely damage our driveway and the existing gate that we have in place that we use frequently, both for safety, aesthetics, but mainly for safety. We have a young son and we don't want to damage the gate because we use it. We also have concerns about the kind of a general concern about the proposal of the 3 units. Just based on the fact, as Susan mentioned, we don't have sidewalks in our neighborhood, and there are a lot of people that use our street for walking their dogs, or there's at least 5 families on our street that have young children, and we do enjoy the community aspect. And you know, the addition of upwards of 3 to 6 additional cars based on this increased density is a major concern for us. And again, the safety of the neighborhood. We also would like to just have on record that in terms of the tree protection, the arborist report, we did review it. And again, you know, in reviewing the arborist report and the urban forestry report, there's definitely a lot of consideration that needs to be reviewed with regards to the tree health and future plans in terms of keeping the health of that tree maintained and the responsibilities of that. Thank you for your time.
Great, thanks very much. Panel, any questions? Nope. All right, let's move to the next speaker.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we will now hear from the owner at 11 Sunnybrook Road.
Good morning, Anne. Morning? Anne, are you there?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have Anne added in as 5 separate connections, so we've unmuted all of those. If Anne could just now speak so we know which device she is using. Hello, Anne?
Do you want to continue on and go back to Anne?
Sure, we can. The next speaker would be from 14 Sunnybrook Road.
Ms. Wilson?
Hello, my name is Catherine Wilson. Can you hear me?
Yep, and your address, Catherine? Catherine,
14 Sunnybrook Road.
Thank you. All right, you have 5 minutes.
All right. So I'm just a couple of houses down. My first submission, I think you're hearing that from Zoe, who is next door. Also, Julie Boyd, who is the other adjoining neighbor on the west side. There's an email to you indicating that she has given Zoe and myself authority to speak on her behalf. And she has also provided submissions to you. Our first point is that these materials were received after August 13th, at a time in the summer when everybody is on holiday, thereby making it difficult for us as neighbors to understand what's happening, to obtain the necessary research that we need, and to speak together as a community so that we can make appropriate and proper presentations here today. So my initial request to you is for a deferral or an adjournment to give us time to review these submissions properly and make appropriate submissions to you. The second reason for that adjournment or deferral is because the owners of this property submitted an arborist report, as he indicated, late last night. So we have not had an opportunity to review his arborist report, and as you can hear, we are all very concerned about the trees. So in order to review the materials provided by this landowner related to this variance proceeding, we need time to review it, and we need time to do the following. 1, obtain arborist reports of our own, which we are doing as neighbors. 2, we're obtaining an engineering report regarding the flooding. As you have heard, our street is called Sunnybrook for a reason. We all have sub pumps and we've all had flooding in our basements. Many of us have finished basements and the flooding has been very expensive over the years. With the lack of surface area, so another reason for the deferral request is we need an engineer report to deal with the surface area variances that are requested and determine that impact on flooding on the adjacent neighbors and on the street in general. So in terms of surface area, the variance is asking for a 300% increase in the front yard in terms of hardscaping versus softscaping, and 100% increase in the backyard. The plans before us, submitted to us, have no tree on the front yard, which is a tree with a greater diameter than 30 centimeters. They're going to have to redo these plans to make allowance for the tree on the front yard, which is variance number 3. And then obviously we've heard now that 4 and 5 has been denied by forestry. They've submitted this last minute arborist report. We want to have our own done and have a look at the softscaping in the back, because I can assure you there will be extensive flooding issues in the neighboring dwellings if this is allowed to occur. In addition, this is a high density area already. With my submissions, you'll see pictures, and I'm sure with the other submissions, you'll see pictures of, these are small bungalows. These are very small backyards. With this type of density, in addition to subsurface water, we're worried about the parking. This is a street with no sidewalks, and the pictures I've shown you are the middle of the day. We're also close to the Bloor subway, and we are finding now, thank you to the governments at hand, that people are parking at Jane all along Armadale and all the side streets, including our streets, during the day to walk up to the subways and park. So our parking during the day is full of people parking to take the subway, and our parking at night is full of our neighbors. And it's very tight, and it's hard to walk on the streets, and it's hard for children and dogs, etc., to walk on the streets safely because there are no sidewalks, and there are often cars on both sides of the streets during the day. To have 3 new units and all that that entails, parking on the street, will make it near impossible. So we already have constraints in that regard. Plus, we have 2 new condominiums being built on top. So it's the parking is going to be very difficult in this area. In terms of the variances on the east and west side to the driveways.
Do you have about,
driveways
sorry
are very
ma'am,
small.
I just want to warn you, you have about less than half a minute.
Fair enough. Both Julie and Zoe have made the point that they use those driveways for their cars, and if the variances that are permitted, that are being asked for are permitted, they won't be able to open their car doors. So again, we need an engineering report and an expert report on that. That's what they're going to do, and that's why we want the deferment.
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am. Panel, any questions? No? All right, next speaker.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we'll hear from the owner at 19 Sunnybrook Road. So we do have 2 listed owners at the same address. I'm not sure if they're both speaking and sharing the 5 minutes or if it's just one. So at this time, we'll unmute John Stafford, and he can let us know.
Okay. Mr. Stafford.
John Stafford, 19 Sunnybrook Road. My wife, Leslie, had intended to attend your committee meeting in person today, but circumstances prevented her from doing that. So I'm simply speaking on our behalf.
All right, you
I
have
hope
5.
that's acceptable.
You have 5 minutes, sir. Yep.
Basically, everything that I had concerns with have already been spoken with by Zoe and Catherine. My wife and I have lived on Sunnybrook Road now for 25 years. It's a quiet Swansea neighborhood, bungalows, some 2-story buildings, all single family units. And I believe that a project of this sort is sort of like trying to fit a square peg into a round hole. It just won't look right. And the density issues with 3 families possibly living there versus 1, the additional hassles of street parking, which is all street permit parking. I have myself 2 street parking permits and sometimes find it difficult, even as a resident, to live on, park on the street. There is also the issue, I have not seen any urban reports concerning the tree protection. My wife and I made 3 or 4 different attempts on our own to reach the Tree Planting Protection Review Office, left voicemails for have somebody call us back to answer some questions. I guess they're very busy. We got no phone calls, and on 2 other occasions, the answering machine was so full you couldn't even leave a message. So I myself, and I know my wife, has said that we would be in favor of a deferral, so we ourselves can see any late urban reports submitted on the tree situation, both in the front yard and in Zoe's backyard, because they are beautiful mature trees and it would be a shame to lose them. So in the interests of your time constraints, those are my 2 cents, and thank you very much for listening.
Great, thank you very much, sir. Our next speaker?
Through you, Mr. Chair, then we'll go back to the owner at 11 Sunnybrook Road. Again, we see that Anne is connected by 5 separate devices, so we'll unmute each device.
How do you do 5 devices? Okay. Anne, are you there? Can you hear us?
She has been unmuted for all 5, so
It's probably due to the fact that there are 5 open channels.
right.
Anne, can you hear us at all? Can you, if you can hear us, can you close like 4 of your devices and just pick one that you'd like to use?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we're also going to attempt to call Anne.
Okay. Gonna get a busy signal.
No. Through you, Mr. Chair, that doesn't seem to be working either. So, you know, we are in a position that we've made multiple attempts and we'll need to
Yeah.
proceed.
And I, not to put words in her mouth, but I'm sure we've heard lots of the streets concerned. So let's bring the agent back.
We're going to call the agent because
Okay.
he's having the same connection issue.
Mr. Garl, we're going to call you back directly. So if you see us call, please pick up.
Hello?
Hello? That doesn't sound like Thomas.
Yeah, hello, I'm here.
There you are.
Yeah, thank you.
Before we begin, you've heard a number of people asking for a deferral. Do you have any response to that?
I personally don't see a need for deferral, and we don't want to defer because the main concern that I'm hearing today is parking. That the road is full of cars. That is why we thought about this with the design, and we created a parking pad in the front. That parking pad, we can make it permeable to help with the water. We have zero issues with that. The second issue I'm hearing is the garden suite, which, as I mentioned, I mean, we would like it, but we're not, I mean, we would like, we are here to save the tree. We're not going against Zoe and the neighborhood to destroy the tree. We like the tree too because the tree, it works in our favor as well. Would we like a garden suite? Yes. If we can't get it, that's fine as well. We have a right by the City of Toronto to build 4 units on the property. We are proposing 3. We're not maximizing that limit. So that was part of the plan, and everything would be code compliant, and we wouldn't incur new variances. I don't think there's an issue there. And in regards to Zoe's comment about ease of opening the door, the existing building right now is at 2 feet from the property line. We're proposing the same place, so she would have still this exact same width for her doors, for her car and her doors. But as a secondary note, she should be opening her doors within her property. That extra 2 feet that she uses, that's just to make her life easier. So it's not that's mandated to her. But we have no problem if she uses it, and all we're asking to do is put that house in the exact same location. We're not going closer to the property line.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to go forward with this project. I mean, as I mentioned with the forestry, if you look at the advisory comments, number 1, it says there any application to injure and remove a city tree may be denied by urban forestry, regardless of the committee of adjustment approval. So, I mean, I still feel that forestry will be able to make a decision once they review the arborist report, and hopefully it's okay. I mean,
well, I think,
again, as I mentioned earlier, I know you said it's up to my decision, but if I would like it if you guys do really feel that it's a problem, we can eliminate points number 5, 6, and 7, and just ask for 1, 2, 3, 4. But at the end of the day, we'd like to have all 7 variances for the entire project at hand.
well, the committee will consider that. I would say that variance number 4 is also impacted if the garden suite is refused.
You're correct.
Yeah.
You're correct, yes.
So if the garden suite were eliminated, would you need a rear yard landscaping variance at all, or would you comply with the bylaw?
We would comply with the bylaw, and then at a future date, whether we would come back with another garden suite or a garage, I'm sure these variances will come about again. But I mean, for this particular application for the main dwelling, number 4, 5, 6, and 7 would be in compliance.
Okay. Panel, any questions? All right, no questions. Thank you, sir. We'll take this into committee. Dylan?
Yeah, I think that this is kind of the direction it's been going. To me, it feels like the garden suite is really the key issue. Even without the tree, it's just not a big enough lot to fit a garden suite, I don't think. And it's squeezing in awkwardly into the neighbors, and it gives almost no space between the garden suite and the steps down to the basement suite. I think from what it sounds like, the proponent would be happy, well, not happy, but he would be satisfied rather than rejecting everything if we just reject variances 4 to 7 and keep the rest. For the house itself, it seems perfectly reasonable. The house the variances are minor. I don't know, the tree at the front is a bit of an issue, but I assume forestry will cope with that. In terms of density, in fact, as one of the opponents pointed out, this is actually very close to the subway. I'm assuming that someone who's renting a bachelor suite in a basement in Swansea is probably not going to have a car and will probably walk to the subway to get around. There's good transit there. So I don't think that's a problem. I don't think parking will be impacted. And I think the rest of the proposal seems to be fairly well thought out.
Okay.
So what I would propose is we approve variances 1 to 3 and reject variances 4 to 7. And as the applicant said, they can figure out what they want to do with the rear of the yard at a later point.
Okay. Anyone else have any comments?
Yeah, if I may, Chair. I think Dylan's points are well taken. I do have concern with 3, 4, and 5 for sure. I also note that when one looks at the rear of the house, and I suppose this is the access point and exit point for the basement suite. There's a large concrete pad at the back. I think they describe it as a terrace for basement terrace. The gentleman, the agent, kind of mentioned, to your question, will they comply with soft landscaping in the rear? Should the garden suite not go ahead and it's just a garage? And I believe he said yes. But they're also proposing a huge concrete pad at the back, which is an extension of, I suppose, the basement. I'm just wondering if it's something that'll whether they'll comply.
He'd
with
have
soft
to. If he doesn't
landscaping.
get the variance, then
does
he
be a
has to
problem.
comply.
Yeah. And to Dylan's point, I think it's if the problem seems to be the variances related to the garden suite. It's too much for the site. As far as the front is concerned, I don't know if they're able to, because this is a new build, if there's any greater compliance with soft landscaping at the front. So I have concerns about variance number 3. Although the agent has indicated, and I think I would always put in a condition that the driveway be permeable. I mean, the house itself is not egregious request. So I think some parts of this is supportable and others
Okay.
not.
I'll just weigh in. I'm not as fussed about this application, and the reason is that I think the garden suite actually does in fact quite closely comply with what the city is trying to achieve in existing established neighborhoods. It's a 1-story garden suite. It doesn't offend height, length, depth, coverage. It's a modest little, what I would use to call, without offense to the grandmothers, I would call that a little granny suite. And I think that, I heard all the comments from the Swansea residents, but, the view from many is, we're an established neighborhood, we want to stay the way we are. And frankly, I think that is unrealistic going forward in terms of introducing density into existing established neighborhoods. I think every neighborhood in this city should be accepting additional density, and the garden suite bylaw was specifically drawn up to introduce these kinds of units into existing established neighborhoods, and the variances that are before us for the garden suite are really quite modest. So I agree with you guys about the tree. I think there needs to be some clarity on the impact of the tree. And for that reason, I would agree with your suggestion to refuse 4, 5, and 6, and 7. But again, my agreement isn't necessarily because of the garden suite, it's more to deal with the confusion and concern around the impact of the tree. That's my major concern. So, but I don't think a garden suite of this size and this nature is a major impact at all. In fact, it's more or less a big shed in the backyard. So I'll look for a motion.
Yeah, I'll make a motion. So I'll make a motion to approve variances 1 to 3 and refuse variances 4 to 7, with the condition that the driveway be paved with permeable pavers. I don't think there's any other conditions.
And this was as amended, right?
As amended. Well, the amendment was to one of the ones we're refusing.
No, I know, but we still have
Okay.
to refer to refusal as amended.
Refusal as amended.
So motion by Mr. Reed to that effect, seconded by Mr. Byatt. All in favor? Okay, that is partially approved, and variances 4 to 7 are refused. Thank you very much. Okay, we can get Nellie back. And we move on to item number 8. And this is 168 McCall Street. This is an application to convert an existing 3-story mixed-use. We have already heard that. Thank you, that was deferred. Thank you. Thank God my panel is paying attention and I'm not. Item number 9, 17 Cavendish Street. This is an application to alter the existing 2-story detached dwelling by constructing a rear 1- and 2-story addition to contain a sunroom and an attached garage. There will be an exterior staircase along the south wall of the attached garage to access a deck above this garage. The existing rear 1-story addition and deck will be demolished, also to permit the removal of the 1-story ancillary building in the rear yard that was demolished without an authorized building permit. Committee has before it a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 4 photographs of the trees on the subject property, planning rationale from the agent, email correspondence from Transportation Services, and 5 letters in support from 9, 10, 12, 15, and 19 Cavendish.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent online, no registered speakers for this item.
Great. Good morning.
Maxine?
Morning, Maxine Shabsov, agent for the owner.
And your address, Maxine?
4T Fernwood Park Avenue.
Thank you. Panel, do you want a presentation, a short presentation on this one? We're okay? Maxine, we have read your application. We're familiar with your materials. Panel doesn't require a presentation today. Before we take it into committee, is there anything you'd like to share with the panel?
No, I think you have everything on file there. We have support from our neighbors, which we're pretty happy about.
Okay. All right, let's go into committee. Anyone have some observations on this file? Doug?
Start it off.
Sorry.
Yeah, I think this is a very reasonable application. I think it's, again, one of those unusual sites. So making use of the space at the rear end, as the agent just mentioned, or the owner just mentioned, that they do have their neighbor's support, kind of complements what the neighbor actually has. So I don't believe there are any issues with this particular one. I think all the requests are minor in nature.
Okay.
And,
Doug, did you want to add anything?
I suppose I would only add to that that it seems to be creating some harmony with the neighbor and reinforcing the character. There's a similar style of pattern of development already there, and I didn't have any concerns with the application because I think all of the numerically and impact-wise, the impacts are minor.
Okay. Does anyone want to move a motion?
Sure, Chair, I'll move motion to approve. I don't believe there are any, there are no conditions attached.
All right, motion to approve by Mr. Byatt. Do I have a seconder? Mr. Wilkins, all in favor? You have your approval, sir. Thank you. Or ma'am, pardon me. All right. Item number 10, 207 Lee Avenue. This is an application to alter the existing two-story detached dwelling by constructing a rear two-story addition, a third-story addition with a rear terrace, and a rear one-story ground floor addition above the basement extension. The existing rear one-story addition and the rear ground floor deck will be demolished. The existing carport in the rear yard will be maintained and unaltered. Committee has before it copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, revised elevations received August 26, 13 photographs of the subject property, covering letter from the agent, several previous decisions from Committee of Adjustment affecting nearby properties, email correspondence from the agent, and we have a staff report from Community Planning, 6 form letters in support from 190, 192, 201, 204, 205, 209, 211 Lee Avenue, and 1 form letter in support from 209 Lee Avenue.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we also have the urban forestry report recommending condition number 2. If the committee is to approve the application. We do have the agent online, no registered speakers. At this time, we'll unmute David Smith.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is David Smith. I'm here representing the homeowners at 207 Lee Avenue. My address is 401 Craven Road here in Toronto.
Thank you, sir. Again, panels, do you want a presentation? A little
Just
short
a
one?
quick question.
Or do you want to go to questions? Okay. Dylan?
I believe that variance number 2 has been altered. Is that correct?
You are absolutely correct. Yes, I was going to wait for Mr. Chair to ask if I wanted to say anything, and then I was going to bring it to your attention. But yes, through you, Mr. Chair, variance number 2, just through working with planning, they've requested that we reduce it from the 10.16 meters, which is on the notice, down to 10 meters, and that you tie any approval to the updated elevations that were submitted earlier in August.
Okay. Any other questions? You guys okay? Sir, again, I don't think we'll need a presentation. It's fairly straightforward. You've given a good explanation. We've read all the material. Before we take it into committee, do you want to share anything with us?
I mean, for the sake of expediency, I know that you have a lot left on the agenda. I think it's straightforward. It meets the 4 tests. We've got a great amount of support. I'll leave it with the panel.
Great. Thanks very much. All right, we're in committee. Doug?
I have a motion to approve as amended with the height adjusted to 10 meters, forestry condition 2, and tied to plans for the city condition, I believe. Is that right?
Yes.
Right. Yeah, numerically and impact-wise, I believe this is a minor variance. It's the adjustments made in accordance with conversations with the city, I think, minimize the impact on the neighbors, and all in all, it's a minor variance.
Okay. Motion to approve with those, the amended application with those conditions.
And forestry 2.
Forestry 2 by Mr. Wilkins, seconded by Mr. Byatt. All in favor? You have your approval, sir. Thank you. Item number 11. This This is 3 Rebecca Street. This is an application to alter the existing 2-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a complete 3rd-story addition with a front balcony. Committee has before it a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. Revised plans received August 27th. Presentation material from the agent, staff report from community planning, correspondence in opposition from 11 Rebecca and 5 Rebecca. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, everyone, or good afternoon.
Is it afternoon?
It's afternoon already.
Time just flies.
When you're having fun, right?
Yeah.
My name is Brendan Radiff. I'm with Invicta Management, Inc. We are an agent of the owner who purchased 3 Rebecca Street. He purchased it as a single-family home, and he's going to keep it a single-family home. He's only looking to add a 3rd story with a front balcony to it. We're looking approval for both the variances here, the first one being the main wall height, and the second being the floor space index. So with the main wall height, what we're looking for is approval on this variance. What we've done, we've spoken with the planners, and we've set back the 3rd story a little further, just from street side. I know we wanted to keep the aesthetic a little further. And then for the second point here, the square space, the floor space index, what we're looking for is, I understand that it's, the floor space index right now is at 1.58, and it does seem very large. Just the things that are against us here is the actual size of the lot itself, right? We're not looking to further expand the footprint of the house. We just wanted to go up, right? So as you can see here in the presentation, this is essentially on Given Street. Rebecca is right off of Givens. So this is the inspiration that we're looking to sort of achieve here. It's just up the street. Our owner fell in love with this house, looked really nice. There's a lot of other homes in the Trinity Bellwoods area that, have this sort of aesthetic, and we're looking to sort of keep that and continue the beauty of it. I don't know if you want to go through the full presentation. It's just a full, outline of, the floor space index on a lot of the homes on this street, whether it be Givens, Argyle, all in the same vicinity, that, really go beyond this floor space index and have that 3rd story as well. So that's essentially what we're looking for here.
Great. So if you're stepping back with your revised plans, the 3rd story, does your FSI change at all?
It does from this 1.58. This wasn't updated, but you're still looking at a 1.5, just because the house itself is so small.
Yeah.
You're looking at like a 13-foot wide by 35-foot deep house, right? So even though we've pushed it another half a meter, it's...
Do you want to change that, or?
No, we already did. We submitted the revised drawings.
No, the FSI. Do you want to change the FSI, or?
I can bring it back to my architect, and she can give us this revised number, but...
Yeah, I guess I'll leave it to the panel to see whether, frankly, it's necessary.
Yeah.
Maybe what we could do is tie it to drawings, and that way you are bound to have the setback.
Mm-hmm.
Is that okay with you?
Yes, we've sent the revised drawings. You should have them.
Yeah, we do. Yeah.
Yeah, it's 1.5 now as opposed to what we had previously.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, panel, any questions?
So do we know it's 1.5 now, or would we be able to?
It is 1.5.
So we could amend 2 from 1.58 to 1.5? Would that be okay with you?
So, sorry, 1.
We could amend the variance 2 from 1.58 to 1.50? Is that okay?
Oh, no. I was just saying 1.5 as the variant, like, I don't actually know the number.
Okay.
I don't know
Okay.
if this
I just
was...
wanted to
yeah,
clarify.
No.
Okay.
sorry, 1.5 meters is what we have
Oh,
the
1.5
balcony set
meters,
back.
sorry.
Yeah, 1.5 meters, not the.
So it might frankly be best just to leave it, it's a fairly minor change, but if
Yeah.
we tie it to drawings, then we'll have the setback on the third story, and that'll be the way you go forward.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions, Bill? Nellie?
I just understand there is some opposition, so I would just briefly, if you can
Yeah, for
describe
sure.
me how, like, did you reach out? Did you talk to the neighbors?
I did not reach out because I only saw the letters yesterday, and I printed them off and kind of went through them, but I'd be more than happy to go and speak to them. These are both owners that have been in the neighborhood for, I believe, 5 Rebecca, it looks like she's been there for the last 15 years, and 11 Rebecca has been there since 2006. And I could definitely sympathize with construction in the area. You know, if it's a quieter street, people want, don't really want the construction. So I understand their concern. The only real, well, the only points that I can really speak to, so 5 Rebecca, she points out noise, sunlight, and privacy. Noise, this is a single-family home. It's going to remain a single-family home, so the addition of a third story is not going to increase the noise by any means. I believe 11 Rebecca Street also had the same sort of issue. The sunlight, like the sun's rising and setting points are going to change slightly daily. But what I did do yesterday was I did take a look at how the sun rose. I was there at 7 in the morning in the backyard, and yes, there's no sunlight, but there would have been no sunlight as is, right? You don't really get sunlight until about 10, 11 o'clock, and then the sun is setting now in August, September in their backyard, so there's no hindrance of sunlight in this month. I can't really speak to any other months, but, with the addition of a third story, I can't really speak to that right now. And then the last point for number 5, Rebecca, is the privacy. Our third floor is set back, and we don't have a rear backyard balcony. We wouldn't physically be able to look into their house on the balcony if we were on the third story balcony. We wouldn't be able to look through their windows at all. We would just be seeing the top of their roof, really. So I don't really know, how.
That's great, thank you. Anyone else? Great, thank you very much, sir. Let's go into committee. Anyone want to take this one?
Sure, Chair, I'll move. I think this is a very interesting project, and I think the example that the agent presented is really makes for a very interesting neighborhood, and taking an existing structure and modifying it so that it has a longer lifespan, but a more practical one. I don't think there are any issues that I think are present. The planning condition, I suppose, is related to the setback, so we can apply that. And I think we mentioned tying it to drawings.
Which is the planning,
The
planning
planning
condition.
drawing. Okay, so we don't need anything additional there. So I'd like to move motion to approve just with a planning condition.
Motion to approve by Mr. Byatt with tied to planning conditions, seconded by Mr.
I just wanted to
Reed.
note that this is one of the style of building that they used to call Toronto Special, which is interesting. So I'm pleased to see that the new design is also a very attractive one.
There you go. You're seconding this?
Yeah.
Okay, all in favor? You have your approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you.
Okay, item number 12, 283 Clinton. This is an application to alter the existing 2-story townhouse by constructing a 2-story addition along the north side wall and a rear ground floor deck. The existing rear 1-story addition, which is a mudroom, will be demolished. Committee has before it a copy plan, a survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, and 4 photographs of the subject property.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent online, as well as 2 registered speakers.
All right. Good afternoon, sir.
Hi.
We have your name and address, please, sir.
Yeah, my name is Human Riahi, and I'm in 103 200 Consumers Road. I'm an agent for this property, and the presentation is like there's an existing townhouse, and as you can see on the site plan at the back, we are demolishing the existing 1-story mudroom, and we wanted to square off that corner, little corner, to have a practical floor plan. And we are in the side of the towards the neighbor. The wall is fire-rated wall with no door or windows. And height-wise, it's minimal. It's at the bottom of the angled roof, so it's a flat roof actually. It's a typical flat roof, so it is the minimal height for this building.
Okay. Thanks. Panel, any questions before we go to the speakers? All right, we have our speakers.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, I'll call up the owner at 281 Clinton Street.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, committee. My name is Jamar McNeil. I'm the owner at 281 Clinton. We are directly south of the 283 property. I live in the home with my wife and our 5-year-old son. We've owned it for nearly 5 years. We are looking forward to new neighbors, not opposed to construction or renovation, as we've recently done a full renovation of our own home. 283 has been uninhabited for about 2 decades to our knowledge, so we're looking forward to having some humans besides the raccoons that had lived in there for the time we've been there. But we do have some concerns about the construction due to some of the initial work that was done on the property that has produced an apparent health and environmental hazard. On June 6th, we had a guest in our home who complained of a strong chemical smell in our house, something reminiscent of gasoline. Upon inspection, when we got home, we confirmed the smell that was filling the entire house and realized it was probably coming from the next door home. We called the contractor, who my wife was in contact with due to seeing him in the neighborhood days before, and he said that he was unaware of any chemicals being used recently. At our request, he came to the property and revealed that a mistake his workers made. They removed a kerosene oil burning furnace that had leaked kerosene oil in the basement. The furnace was placed in the backyard and oil continued to leak onto the backyard, and this occurred during a rainstorm, creating a strong chemical smell throughout both homes, possibly on the third home on the other side. Not our house, so we're not sure, but I'm sure likely it did. He brought in fans to ventilate the house, and I'm not sure if there was a formal or chemical cleanup done inside the house, but at the time, I was not aware of any permits for the work being done at that moment, which was June 6th. It's now September, and the smell is still in our house. When we turn on our air conditioning and heat, we smell chemicals and kerosene. It's strongest in my 5-year-old son's room, whose vent is actually directly above our furnace, right underneath his room. He no longer sleeps in that room because of respiratory irritation from the fumes. We're concerned about the long-term effects on our health from the exposure from these fumes. I'm requesting that although we have no opposition to renovation, we would like a formal inspection of the property, both that property and our property, to ensure if it's safe due to construction, if what we were told was kerosene is no longer present, even though the fumes are still present in our house. We'd like to have a formal investigation of our HVAC to see what damage was done. if we are still blowing chemicals through our house due to the mistake that was done next door. And we'd also like to make sure that the builders and contractors are qualified to do the rest of the work due to such a, in our opinion, large mistake that was done initially before this hearing.
Great, thank you, sir. Sympathize with your concerns, and there are avenues for you to pursue those kinds of, that's not within the purview of this committee. But
Sure.
You've registered your concerns, the agent has heard you. I don't know whether it's a 311 kind of approach where you speak to the city and get an inspector out there. The presumption is that also, if this were to approve, it has to proceed to building permits, and the building department can inspect the site as well. But it's not anything that we can do in this committee because it's beyond what we're being asked to look at, but I sympathize. We'll put your questions to the agent and have him respond to it when we get back to him.
Sure, we appreciate having our concerns on the record.
Great, thanks so much.
Thank you.
May I make a comment, Mr.
Sure.
Chair? Sir, there's just, I know from personal experience, there's a Ministry of Environment spills reporting tool online that you can use. That's probably what you want to call it. You can also call them at 1-866-MOE-TIPS.
There you go. You talk about your full service.
Look at that.
That's
1-866 MOE tips.
Yep.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you very much,
Thank
sir.
you for your time.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we will now unmute the owner at 580 Manning Avenue.
Hello, yes.
Hello, if we could have your name and address, please.
Yeah, my name is Frances Vanderreiten. I'm at 580 Manning Avenue.
All right, ma'am, you have 5 minutes.
Okay, I don't really need 5 minutes. I just have a couple of queries and just a couple of questions. My property is immediately opposite the rear of 283 Clinton. I have a double open space parking lot there. And I just have a few queries. I have looked at the plan, and I'm not particularly astute at reading plans, so I just have a question. The distance from the end of the house back to the laneway, and also if there is any thing going to be put in the space between the house and the laneway. I also am concerned with the fact that because the house has been left alone for so long, that there might be some rodents taking up residence there, but I don't have the concerns that your previous speaker had. That's number one. And number two, it's a very narrow, busy laneway between Clinton Street and Manning. Many, many people use it. Now, I'm concerned about the construction equipment impeding the laneway and blocking access to getting out. And I'm also concerned here about my neighbor's access, and I'm wondering if the builder, or the owner, would give instructions to the construction people to respect the laneway neighbors and to give them every access, even though all kinds of construction equipment is there. That's basically what I have to say.
Okay, thank you very much. Just looking at the site plan doesn't show any structure in the rear yard, so we can put those questions to the agent.
That would be just, yeah.
Okay.
I have no objections to what it looks like right now, but I just wanted to confirm this.
Okay, thank you very much. We get the agent back. Good afternoon.
Hi.
Hi. You've heard a couple of concerns from the neighbors, mostly outside,
that's right.
Mostly outside this committee's purview, but do you have any responses to them?
Sure. I make sure that the owner knows about these problems, and definitely we don't want any fume going around the neighborhood or any mistakes or any substances there. So I make sure that they are going to clean up the site. And for the second neighbor, that for sure the neighborhood is very important for the construction, and they are qualified contractors, and they don't want to block the lane and make problems for any neighbors. They are very respectful to the neighbors, and they know what they are doing. They are in the construction for so many years, They make sure that there is no traffic or any blocking, any sort of things.
Okay, thank you. I think one of your neighbors is likely going to pursue with the authorities an inspection for the spill. So you should be aware that there'll be some follow-up with respect to that.
Definitely. We are cooperating with any inspections.
Okay. All right, panel, let's go into committee. Oh, you have a question, pardon me.
Yeah. A question, has the construction already started on this project? Just to make sure.
I think they just removed some drywalls or debris because this property was vacant for so many years, and they typically clean up the site. And other than drywall, I don't think there is any structural elements is removed.
Okay. All right, let's take this into committee. Anyone want to take a crack at it? Doug,
Sure.
did you want to go?
Yeah, when I reviewed the plans, I think overall it's pretty modest increase to the floor space index, but the way it's masked, it doesn't look like it's going to have much by way of adverse impact on the neighbors. And so I didn't find anything objectionable about the presentation or about the plans as they were, and so my motion would be to approve. I don't believe there are any conditions.
No. All right, motion to approve by Mr. Wilkins. Do I have a seconder? Mr. Byatt, all in favor? You have your approval. Thank you. Thank you for coming down, sir. Move on to item number 13, 11 Elswick Road. This is an application to alter the existing one-story detached dwelling by constructing a complete second-story addition, two-story additions along the north side and rear walls, a rear ground floor deck, and a rear basement walkout. The existing integral garage will be maintained with an undersized parking space, and there will be a total of 3 residential units, 2 in the basement, and 1 that will occupy the first and second levels on this lot. Committee has before it a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 3 photographs of trees on the subject property, tree site plan from the agent, email correspondence from Transportation Services. We have opposition, correspondence and opposition from Ms. Pasalis, no address, 12, 18, 4, 8, 18 again, 22, and 10 Elswick Road.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent here, as well as 2 registered speakers in opposition.
Okay. Sir, are you the?
No? That's, okay.
Yes.
Is he
Good
online?
afternoon.
Okay, sorry.
Oh, hold it, sir.
No, he's online,
He's
sorry.
online. All right, sir. Good afternoon. If you could give us your name and address, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and member of the committee. My name is Saeed Mahboubi, 1670 Avenue, Bayview Avenue, Suite 302.
Okay, we have some opposition, sir. If you could give us a presentation.
We are here for seeking, 3 variances, which one of them is a setback on the north side and south side. The other one is lot coverage, and the third one is the length of the parking spot. If you go to the site plan we have here, on the north side, we have an existing garage. That the garage setback from the north side line is 0.78, and when we passing the garage, we just notch it in and make it 1.2, complied with the bylaw. On the south side, we have an existing house that the setback is 1.06, and we just continue the extension for 3.25 meter with the same setback. It means that our setback is technically is an existing setback on the garage side, and on the south side up to addition, which is 3.225 meters at each addition. For the garage, if we go to the basement plan, sorry, second, Yes, first floor plan, sorry, first floor plan. So the existing garage length is 5.47, which we need, 5.6 meter, which is, short. We are short is 0.13 centimeter, and the garage is an existing condition. And we have the transportation that, that transportation report that they don't have any concern regarding the length of the garage. For the side yards, for the lot coverage, the bylaw, is 35%, and we are going to 38%. It's just 3% extra that we do, the research, all the neighborhood, and we believe that, many of the planning approval in the neighborhood for the replacement having housing have been generally the same as what it proposed here. It means that, the lot coverage increase, variances is between 36 to 45, and we are just 38. It means that, we are 3% over the bylaw. This is true. We believe that, these variances is minor, and I'm happy to, to answer any question that member of the committee have.
Okay, thank you, sir. We could have our first speaker.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we'll unmute the owner at 15 ELSWICK Road.
Good afternoon, sir. Mr. Verge?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. If you could give us your name and address, please.
Yes, my name is Jerry Verge, and I live at 15 ELSWICK Road, which is the property just north of this property.
Okay. You have 5 minutes, sir.
Okay, so we've lived in the neighborhood for 18 years. We're not opposed to what is being requested here. We understand it's the city's desire for intensification, and listening for the last 3 hours, I see that variances on setbacks and lot coverage are being passed, so we're not really concerned about that. Even though our house is the house that will be affected the most by this, because we're the north side of it, we're okay with it. The reason I'm even on this call is that I just wanted to, I wasn't sure how to do this, but I wanted to confirm that the fire codes for houses that are close together are going to be adhered to. So my concern is not with any of the variances, but more just to ensure, I don't know if this is something the committee can answer or the builder can answer, is that to ensure that if a fire starts in his house, it won't jump to our house. That would be our concern, and that all the safety codes are being adhered to as per the city bylaws.
Okay, we can put that to them, but I can tell you that any building has to comply with both the building code and the fire code. So if there is a risk of fire in one residence, then they would have to meet certain requirements under either of those two provisions. But we will ask the agent to respond to that. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we'll unmute 10 ELSWICK Road.
Mr. Walker.
Hi, I'm sorry, my name's Claire Walker. I'm just at 10 ELSWICK Road, almost like we're kind of kitty corner. I'm just here on behalf of my parents who are unable to make it today, so just mostly listening in. We have some concerns, mostly concerning the size of, we understand that the size of the garage is going to be smaller and the size of the driveway is going to be shrunk a little bit too, and that there's going to be a couple units going into the basement. Kind of our biggest concern here is because we don't have legal street parking here. There's no parking permits that you can get for our street as far as I'm aware of. And we're more concerned about how much parking 2 basement units may add if, they start renting them out or anything like that. A couple of our other larger concerns, we're also worried about flooding. I know some other people were speaking earlier about flooding issues. we're concerned about, you know, that this house is going to be taking up a lot more space on the lot. A lot of people in our neighborhood and on our street have been having lots of flooding issues over the past summer. So I think that's most of our concerns. The rest of it is addressed in the letter, but I'm mostly here to just hear what everybody else is thinking about and be informed.
Great, thank you. So I do note from photos that there are cars on the street. There's just no overnight parking, is that?
Yeah, as far as I know, it's just 3-hour parking. There's not supposed to be overnight parking as far as I know. And, you know, should there be a family or 2 families in the basement, just what that would kind of look like on the street. I know people aren't supposed to be parking overnight, but people do. And it just might, you know, really congest the street that's rather narrow in the first place. And I just kind of want to keep updated on that. That's all.
Okay, great. Thanks very much. All right. Get back to the agent. Hello, sir, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. For the fire code, if we go to the first floor plan and the second floor plan, just first floor plan first, I can explain to you. Yeah. So the building code needs the opening, you know, not less than 4 meters, which is 1.2 meters, not less than 1.2 meters. We have 2 doors, you know, for the basement units and 1 for the first floor and second unit, which is we set back, you know, above the garage on the north side. And we have another opening that, you know, have a light for the mudroom. These are, you know, is under the 7% of the windows and opening that we can have it, you know, on 1.2 meters. On the garage side, because we are close to the setback, less than 1.2 meters, we don't have any opening. And the second floor, we didn't design any windows, you know, on that part. If we go to the second floor, please. On that bedroom, you know, bedroom number 2, I believe bedroom number 2, we didn't design any windows on this 0.788 setback, but for the bedroom number 3, we designed 2 windows, and these 2 windows together with all 3 opening on the basement on the first floor is not more than 7% of the building code requirement. It means that, you know, we can have that windows. And for the bedroom number 2, we're gonna put the fire rated code drywall, which is, you know, 1 hour fire rated.
Okay.
Regarding the parking space, you know, this is an existing parking space, and we didn't touch, you know, anything over there. Is an existing condition and is a technical variances.
Do you know if there's permit parking on that street?
No, everybody can park, you know, 3 hours.
So there's no parking. Okay.
No parking permit.
All right, panel, any questions of the agent? Yes, Dylan?
Hi there. Yeah, so one of the opposition letters wondered why the entrance to the side entrance wasn't on the south side, which is where the entrances are along all the rest of the street, and instead it's on the north side where there's going to be a more narrow access. I was just wondering if you could speak to that.
Yeah, if we take a look of the first floor, so each unit, if we go back, you know, just a quick on the basement plan, please. So each unit, based on the building code, needs to have 2 means of egress. For the unit on the east side, we have the 1 on the side door and 1 on the walkout. And for the unit on the west side, which is the street side, we design a window well in front of that one, which is window well, you know, is 4 feet from the ground, and then 2 feet, you know, from the street that, you know, everybody living there can escape from that one, and 1 common entrance from the side. It means that, you know, technically they have 2 means of egress for the fire escape.
Oh, yes.
Did I answer the question?
The question was why the side entrance wasn't on the south side instead of the north side.
But why it's not on the south side? It's on the, because, you know, on the south side we have the existing wall is 1.06 meter from the side yard, and we cannot have any opening based on the building code. Because of that, we jog it in, you know, on the north side and make it 1.2 to having, you know, the opening as a side door.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Nellie?
Just to confirm, the north side setback, it's 0.78, probably because of the garage requirements?
Yes.
Can you confirm? Okay.
The rest back of the garage is come back, to 1.2 meter, which is comply with the bylaw.
Okay, thank you. Zahir?
Yeah, just a couple of questions for you. Your driveway, the new proposed driveway, would you be okay with that being permeable as a condition, permeable materials? And the other part is the deck at the back of the house. And I think it's a north and south sides, it might be both sides, that require, because it's elevated, might require privacy screening of 1.5 meters. Would that be acceptable to you?
I think that is acceptable. On the north side, it's not that much elevated because it's not the elevation of that one is less than 1.2 meters. If it's elevated, then we're gonna have a variances for the higher deck. The elevation from the background is less than 1.2 meters. And we put 1.2 meters 1.2 meters guard on the walkout stairs, and the other side we require to have 0.9 meters guard on the other side.
Because when I look at the east elevation drawing, it appears that the deck at the back does look elevated, and you've got stairs coming down, so it looks fairly elevated. And I'm just thinking about privacy concerns for both neighbors on either side.
Yeah, we can have the privacy. We can have the privacy 1.5 meter frosted glass if the owners want to go with the glass. Otherwise, we can go with the lattice as a privacy. Yeah, we can have it.
Good. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any more questions? Okay, let's bring this into committee. So here?
Thank you, Chair. Maybe I'll start off. I mean, we've got basically three variances in front of us. None of them are excessive asks, so I don't believe there are any issues with the variances as such. I think the one neighbor, the immediate neighbor who had indicated the greatest impact, his concerns, I think, have been addressed with fire related. So I think this is a reasonably good project. The only asks I would have, or conditions I would want to attach, is that the driveway at the front be produced out of permeable materials, and the rear deck have privacy screening on the north and south sides to a height of 1.5 meters. Transportation doesn't have any concerns, and there is a forestry one condition.
Zahir, I'm not as fussed about the rear deck. It's not really elevated that high.
No.
I think the agent suggested frosted glass rather than
glass, yeah.
privacy, and maybe that's a better way of dealing with it.
I think that would be fine.
Okay.
Yeah, frosted glass would be perfectly fine.
Okay.
And I think it would be in keeping with the rest of the glass.
Yeah, and I'm not sure
screening.
whether you want to put a height requirement on it or
Yeah,
not.
as long as it works for privacy. That would
All
be
right.
good.
Did you make a motion? Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. A motion to that effect from Mr. Byatt, seconded by Mr. Reed. Do you have a comment?
Yeah, I just wanted to commend them for, after the garage, pulling the side yard setback back to the required amount. I really think that makes a big difference in terms of, I mean, it sounds like that was actually necessary for the entrance, but also I think makes a big difference in terms of the impact on the neighbors. So I thought that was a good move, and I appreciated that.
Great. All right, motion to approve. Did you second that? Yeah, you second that. Okay, motion to approve by Mr. Byatt, seconded by Mr. Reed. All in favor? You have your approval. Thank you. All right, item number 14. 49 Michener Court. This is an application to alter the existing two-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a new rear elevated deck above the ground floor walkout area. Committee has before it a copy plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 5 photographs of trees on the subject property, staff report from community planning, and advisory staff report from Metrolinx. And there is only one variance, but it's a big one on soft landscape.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we believe that the owner is going to be speaking for this application
All right.
because we can't reach the agent.
I'm here.
All right.
Hi.
If you could
This
give
is
us
the
your,
owner.
your name
Yep.
and your name and address, please.
Belinda Wildenboer. I'm the owner of 49 Michener Court, Toronto.
Okay, you're only seeking, it's a modest variance, but you're seeking a soft landscaping variance. Maybe you could tell us what's
So I
going
have
on.
been in communication with the planning department, and we did come to an agreement of 40%.
Okay, so you were amending
you
that
should-
variance?
Yes. I think you should have the paperwork in your package there. And the final drawing shows the backyard that I will increase my 21% current to 40%.
Great.
Yeah, in that drawing there.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the square meters?
Right, do you, so for the amendment to the variance, we need the percentage and the square meterage. Do you have that? Currently, it's 11.54. Presumably, it's almost double that.
11, I don't. I'm just looking at the drawing in the little box. I guess it shows 234 square feet, like 40%. That's all I was given.
Yeah.
Which is 40% as opposed to the 21%.
If we're gonna amend, unfortunately, if we're gonna amend your variance, we need the meterage, square meterage too. So if you've got, if you've got the square footage, can you convert that to square meters?
So yeah, I can try. I don't really know how to do that. 234. 234 square feet to square meters.
I think it's 72.7.
21 square meters? Like an additional? Does that make sense?
Sorry, say again?
If I put it into the calculator, like 234 square feet is 21 square meters.
That looks like it's close, but.
I'm wrong.
Actually, we'll consult with our expert Google here.
Yeah, I was doing it on Google as well. Sorry. Yeah, apologies. Like this is from the back and forth communication.
So we have 21.75. Is that
Yep,
consistent?
21.739 from what I put into Google. Yeah.
All right, we'll go with your number.
Okay.
21.73. All right, why don't we do that? Are you comfortable with that?
Yeah, so that would be 234 square feet as in square meters. Is that
Right.
what we're saying?
That's
Yes.
what we're looking for.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Panel, any questions? Pretty straightforward. Okay. Thank you very much, ma'am. We'll take this into committee for a decision.
Oh, and just can I speak to one thing about the balcony? Like, because it's also about the balcony. I've consulted with all my neighbors and all of them have been approval and supportive of that as well.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're in committee. Nellie.
I'm thinking it's just pretty straightforward, and especially given the, you know, the augmented soft landscaping, which is welcome. So I would move a motion to approve it with as amended, right? And with all the, you know, 40%, 21.73 square meters. And we have a Metrolinx advisory, but, no conditions, so.
There is a
just-
planning condition, which is.
Have
the
we
I don't see-
satisfied the planning condition?
Yeah, it's
They wanted,
basically- It's the same thing.
same thing. Do we need to tie it to the revised site plan?
I think that's probably what they want.
Yeah, why don't we
Okay,
do
so
that?
re-
Tie it
yes.
to the revised
Yes.
site plan?
Yes.
All right, motion by Ms. Volpert, seconded by
I
Mr.
just-
Reed.
I just want to note that there is privacy screening already in the plans.
Yeah, I saw
So,
that too, yeah.
So I second that.
I saw that. Thank you. All in favor? You have your approval, ma'am. Thank you very much. We move to item number 15, 16 Stanton Avenue.
14, right? Oh, no, 15, you're right, sorry.
This is an application to alter the existing 1.5-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a rear second-story addition. Committee has before it a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, and 4 photographs of the subject property. Do we have the agent?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent online.
Yes, hello, it's Francis Shearer, 15 Baseball Place. Good afternoon, committee members and Mr. Chair.
Good afternoon. Just hang on a sec, panel. I don't think we need a presentation on this one. Fairly straightforward. Sir, we've read your application. We're familiar with your materials. We don't need a presentation. Is there anything you'd like to share with us before we take it into committee for a decision?
No, feel free to take it into committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, we're in committee. Who wants to take this one? Zahir?
Sure, Chair, I'll take this. This is a very straightforward one, a very minor request. There are no conditions attached to this as far as I can see. So I'd like to move a motion to approve with no conditions.
All right, motion by Mr. Byatt to approve, seconded by Mr. Wilkins. All in favor? You have your approval. Thank you, sir. Item number 16, 141 Arundel Avenue. This is an application to alter the existing 3-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a rear 1-story addition to replace the existing 1-story addition. The committee has before it a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, a covering letter from the agent, decision number A0481/05TY affecting the subject property, a shadow study from the agent, and a tree assessment report.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have the agent online, no registered speakers for this item. At this time, we'll unmute the agent.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Hello. My name is Nova Tiona. I'm the architect and agent for the owners Matthew Cronby and Monique Chaufin at 141 Arundel Avenue, and my address is 52 BD Avenue, Toronto,
Great.
M6Q3B4.
Thank you very much. Hang on a second, panel. Do we need a presentation? I think we're okay with this application. We've read all the material. We're familiar with the application. Is there anything you'd like to share with the panel before we take it into committee?
No, I don't believe so. I think we set out everything on the cover letter, just noting the 2 variances. So
Great. I would just like to commend you for doing a shadow study and a tree assessment report. That was actually very helpful.
Oh, great. Thank you.
All right, let's go into committee. Doug?
Sure, I have a motion to approve. I think it's a very, very small alteration to the existing. I don't see it numerically, and I don't see any adverse impacts on any neighbors. I believe it meets the 4 test.
All right, motion to approve by Mr. Wilkins, seconded by Mr. Byatt. All in favor? You have your approval, ma'am. Thank you. We move on to item number 17. 169 Wolfrey Avenue. This is an application to alter the existing 3-story detached dwelling by constructing a partial front 1-story addition, a rear 3rd-story addition with a Juliet balcony, a rear basement walkout. Also to alter the existing 1-story ancillary building by constructing a 1-story north side addition. Committee has before it a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, supporting material from the agent, tree plan and photos from the agents, and additional supporting materials from the agent, We have 10 form letters in support from owners, occupants of 149, 156, 158, 160, 162, 163, 164, 167, 168, and 170 Wolfrey. We have correspondence in opposition from 173 and 171 Wolfrey.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent online. For the purpose of application, we will make an amendment to read a rear 3-story addition with a Juliet balcony, not a rear 3rd-story addition. And there is a report from Urban Forestry on this one, recommending condition number 1 if committee is to approve.
Great, thank you very much.
At this time, we'll unmute the agent.
Hello.
Mr. Sprague, if you can
Yes,
give us your name and address, please.
Yes, my name is Tom Sprague, and the firm name is Sprague and Company Architects, and our address here in Toronto is 156 Duncan Mill Road. And if you could, first of all, pull up the site plan, I think that will help sort of explain some of the variances that were and what the owner is proposing to do. Yes, there we go. Just as a bit of background, there's a couple of items that the owner would like to do. There's 2 components really in terms of the additions. One is at the front of the house, and we've sort of hatched the area where there's a proposed 1-story addition. Yes, that's it exactly. And it would be located really underneath the existing porch that's there presently right now. So that's at the front of the house, the 1-story addition. And then at the back, if you go to the scroll to the back of the property, there, hatched there, is a proposed addition where we're extending out the first and the second floor by about 2 meters. And that extends out to the and then also would like to join in the 3rd floor as well. So if you could just, I wanted to show you the site plan showing where the properties jog back. Yes, there. No, we'll just zoom in again. As you can see on the no, sorry, go show the whole house plan if you don't mind. Just zoom in a bit on the house plan, because I think yes, if that's the drawing, just there. Because I did want to refer to this, because where we're actually referring, adding on, as you notice at the back of both these properties, number 171 and 169, they both jog in. So there's a lot of space between these homes. In fact, it's about 11'6" between the side walls. So that was sort of one point I wanted to make about the back. And then also the addition, the house at number 171 still does stick out approximately 3 feet behind the back wall of what we're proposing to do. Now, with respect to the variances before the committee, and if you go to the front of the, with respect to variances number 3 and 4, you'll notice it's been a unique situation on the street, but the property line is very, very close to the homes. In fact, from the front porch, we're only 1.56 meters to the property line. But from the property line to the sidewalk, there's actually 15 feet. So the reason these variants are kind of driven by that location, but suffice to say, in the overall green space from the sidewalk, it's going to be lots of green space. In fact, it'll be almost identical to what presently exists right now. So that would be sort of the thinking behind the numbers that you see with respect to variances 3 and 4. With respect to the height of wall, I want to bring to the committee's attention that the existing 3rd floor height is 9.06 meters, and we're actually extending that flat roof out. So both the existing and the proposed are in fact 9.06 meters. The last variance before the committee is we put through on August 28th just a summary of floor space indexes in the area, and that was posted on August 28th as a supporting material. But on that chart, which I don't know if you've had a chance to look at, but no, well, that's so you could keep that up there. But it's the one that was the 30th, but go back to the 28th, was just a summary of all charts in the area. Yeah, there it is. And so as can be seen, what we're proposing is certainly well within some of the ones, but it's very consistent with the area. So what we're proposing here is not out of keeping with the scale and the size of other homes in the area. I am aware of that there was a letter of opposition from the neighbor to the east. And I'd also just mention again the 10 letters that were mentioned earlier of support. But most importantly there too is the immediate neighbor to the west, number 167, is supportive of of what the owner is proposing to do. So there's support on that end of things. Lastly, I did post, which was that photograph that you had that was posted on there, just scroll down there. Yeah, that's just the exacting back say situation. That's the house on the one side, and then the proposal where we're coming out at the front. So that just shows, but there's a lot of space between the two properties, and generally I feel, in my opinion, that what's being proposed here is in keeping with the scale and the size of other homes in the area, and I do feel it's appropriate and minor in nature. And my feeling is there's very good distance in this case between the two properties, and we're really lining up with the existing height. So I'm running out of time. So I think just generally, I think it's a reasonable, and in my opinion, is minor in nature. Thanks very much.
Great, thank you, sir. Panel, any questions? Nellie?
Just to confirm, once extended, the back wall of the house will be in line with the 171?
No, it'll be, it's the back wall of 171 will be 3 feet further out, longer. So we're 3 feet
bit shorter.
shorter than that. Yes, correct.
Okay.
Yeah, so it sticks out further, still would stick out further, number 171.
Just to clarify, but the 171 is only 2-story, and yours is
Yes, that's
3-story,
correct.
right? Okay.
Yes, that's correct.
Right.
Okay, any further questions? All right, thank you, sir. We'll take this into committee.
I think there's.
Is there opposition, Sabrina? I didn't see any. No, I didn't see any on the list. No, they've written, but they're not speaking today. Okay, we're in committee. Who wants to start us off?
Go ahead.
It's just, in general, I don't have a problem with this proposal. It's a nice townhouse. Again, here, the massing, especially when I look at the back wall, I'm concerned about the massing of the house. It's just a square box, and it's, given the fact that the third floor is square, like there is no setback, there is no kind of reprieve from this, massing. So I guess I want to raise it as a concern, and maybe this proposal could be improved with some setback on the third floor.
Okay. Anyone else? This way, I think given the neighborhood and, the neighbor's house, even though it is 1 story higher, I think the massing is going to not have a dramatic impact on the neighborhood. I thought it was a fairly modest proposal. Variances don't, to me, appear to be excessive, so. John?
Yeah, no, I think the architect made a good point that although it's extending the 3rd floor, there's actually a lot of space between the 2 houses. It will have some impact on the neighbors, and I sympathize with that, but I think this is a pretty reasonable and normal extension in the context
For this neighborhood, yeah.
of this neighborhood. And the neighbors do have their own extension, even if it doesn't go as high. I think it's pretty reasonable.
Okay, anyone else? I'll look for a motion.
I guess I'll make a motion. I make a motion to approve these variances for the reasons discussed.
Okay.
With forestry condition number 1.
Forestry condition number 1. This is as amended too.
As amended, that's right.
Okay, motion by Mr. Reed, seconded by Mr. Byatt. All in favor? Opposed? Ms. Volpert is opposed. The motion carries. You have your approval. Thank you. We move on to item number 18, which is the last item for this morning. Sorry, gentlemen. This is 33 Vermont Avenue. It's an application to alter the existing 2.5-story semi-detached dwelling by constructing a rear 1-story addition with a new deck, also to reconstruct the side west cantilevered bay window on the first level. Committee has before it a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 2 photographs of the trees on the subject property, presentation from the agent, email correspondence from community planning, and correspondence and support from 62 Vermont Avenue.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent online, no registered speakers for this item. At this time, we'll unmute the agent.
Good afternoon.
Mr.
Ron
Galbraith.
Yes, sir.
For the record, your address, sir?
18 King Street East, Suite 1400.
Okay. We don't have any opposition to this, right? Panel, do you need a presentation? We can go straight to questions. Mr. Galbraith's material is always quite detailed.
Just a question. Given the very small amount of soft landscaping at the back, would you be amenable to a condition that the rear parking area be paved with permeable pavers?
It's an entirely existing condition. I don't have any direction as to whether or not the owners would agree to the cost of repaving their backyard.
Okay.
So I'm not sure.
Okay, understood.
But basically, the existing condition is being maintained. There's no new change to that.
Is the existing condition pavers or asphalt?
They're little interlocking pavers.
Oh, so it's just the old style pavers that
Yeah.
have sand that don't allow water to go through?
Not as much as the current technology would, no.
Right, okay. Any other questions? All right, Mr. Galbraith, is there anything you'd like to share with us before we take it into committee for a decision?
No, I think it's an entirely reasonable proposal, largely reflects existing conditions, and the additional square footage is very minor.
Okay, thank you. We're in committee. Zahir?
Sure, Chair, I'll take this. Yeah, I think as the agent just noted, the proposal is a fairly modest one. I don't think there are any major issues. The one thing that jumped out at me was variance number 4, and as the agent has mentioned, it is an existing circumstance. There's no changes being proposed there. So I think it's a reasonable application. I don't believe there are any conditions attached to this one. So I'd like to propose a motion to approve with no conditions attached.
Okay, motion by Mr. Byatt to approve, no conditions. Do I have a seconder? Mr. Reed, all in favor? You have your approval, sir. Thank you very much. All right, we stand adjourned.
Through you, Mr. Chair, then
Until-
we'll be back at 2:45.
2:45? We're back at 2:45.